All right then, good morning everyone. Today is August 18th, 2021. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in Albany and also with video conferencing through our Buffalo and New York City offices. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Fan. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner Licensing Roberts, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be September 1st, September 15th, and September 29th. As of right now, we're anticipating all those meetings will be done in this room and with the use of the art gallery space in New York City. We're not expecting to be moving to the new boardroom at least until October or November. I'd ask if you have a cell phone, please silence it. If you need to take a call, please go outside. When your item is called, please approach the podium or in this case the table. State your name. If you're a representative, please make sure you introduce your client. The client is with you. I'm not going to go through all the details, but the last two meetings I mentioned the new limitations on speaking before the board. In a nutshell, you would have 5 minutes. We're going to call items first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. Just for those in Albany, if you have a matter where we anticipate or we have opposition on the record in New York City, you're going to wait till we go to New York City, and we won't go there until 11 o'clock or when we're done with Albany, whichever is later. Chairman, you have any announcements to make?
I do not.
Okay then, we're going to keep going. We're going to go to Buffalo first. The first item on the calendar is 2284. Which is Allen Todd Enterprises, LLC.
Morning, Tracy John here for the applicant, Alan Russell. Good morning, we're here for a relocation.
Hold on just for a second, we get the items out.
No, go ahead.
Ready? All right, go ahead.
We're here for a relocation of a liquor store. It was located for quite a few years in a Wakeman's Plaza. That Wakeman's Plaza has now taken a tenant, a hospital, to put in a large medical center, and has exercised its option to relocate its tenant. The tenant could not find an adequate space in that existing plaza, so essentially moved to the plaza across the street. Wegmans, has been cooperative in allowing it, understanding that they just bought the place and got in there when this happened. But unfortunately, they bought the existing liquor store, and the landlord has the ability to relocate. So we had to relocate the license, whether in that plaza or another location. So again, we put it to the plaza across the street. We've submitted some letters of support, about the new location. It is a very large plaza that has a lot of national retailers in it. It's a retail center in Canandaigua, New York. We point out that the new location is actually smaller than the former location. It has better parking, curbside delivery, and certainly a lot more foot traffic and retail in it. The former location has a Wegmans, but most of the other tenants have left, and again, that's why the hospital center is coming in. So relocating across the street is where the town has really allowed a large commercial center to come in, and it has most of the retail for the Canandaigua area is in that particular strip mall. So that's where we're asking to relocate to.
Did you have to build out the location?
Yes.
So how do we only have $352 as the investment?
Because it was built out by the landlord, and it's included in our rent. So it is built out, but the landlord itself is doing it and has increased the monthly rental rate, and it's in the rental rate, and all of that is detailed in the lease that's submitted with the application.
When did your client find out that they had to move? Because he just opened this place.
That's correct. About essentially just after closing. We had issues obviously with the SBA and all of that, with some concern with this, but it's the length of time from when the purchase began, getting through the SBA process and getting through the liquor license process. Over the course of a year, the plaza was able to exercise its ability to relocate a small tenant to put in a large hospital center and move the small tenant somewhere else. So unfortunately,
But you didn't. The question I asked you is, when did you find out?
I believe we found out just as the license for this was issuing. They were talking about this happening after the closing was already scheduled.
When was that?
And
Can I have a date?
November of this year.
Of last year, November of 2020.
Correct.
When did he file the application here? November of 2020. No, that's for this. Not to remove it. When did he file his liquor license application?
I don't have that date in front of me. I believe
Around the same time, right?
around the end of August.
So
the
it would have been pertinent information. The point I'm making, it would have been pertinent information to tell us when he was getting the license that he was immediately going to have to move, don't you think?
I don't think we knew exactly what was happening. There was some discussion, the landlord was having some discussion saying they didn't know what they were going to do. We already had a conditional approval at that point, but we didn't know exactly where they were headed with it. As a tenant, they don't tell us until at the last minute.
Ma'am, you got the conditional approval in April. You knew this was happening in November. I don't believe you. But whatever, I think we're ready to vote. This is for future reference. If something changes like that and there's an application pending, you need to tell us. I think we're ready, Tom.
All right then, Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Brad.
I vote to approve.
Next item, 2331 West Ridge Wine and Spirits LLC.
Sorry, Tom, what number?
2331. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Richard Coya, appearing on behalf of Stephanie Cavallaro, West Ridge Wine and Spirits LLC. First, I'd like to start by my July 19th, 2021 cover letter to the Liquor Authority requesting this hearing. I had indicated, there's a typographical error, I had indicated there was a $30,000 available investment, but the application itself, financial disclosure, I should say, actually indicates $50,000, and $50,000 is correct as an investment. We submitted bank statements, one of $40,760 and another one of $36,352. The $36,000 account is now over $40,000, so the applicant has over $80,000 willing to invest in this project. I would like to emphasize the location of this particular applicant's store, a potential store. It's on Ridge Road, West Ridge Road in Monroe County, New York, which is Route 104. And 104 is a major east-west corridor connecting from the city of Rochester through the town of Greece, a very large town. And this store is in the town of Parma, west of Rochester, west of Greece, New York. It's not in the Village of Spencerport. The decision of the board had indicated the Village of Spencerport because that's what the application indicates. But the Village of Spencerport is merely a post office address, the 14559 address. The store is a distance from the village of Spencerport. Again, it's on Route 104, and it's west of Spencerport. So it is not the same market as Spencerport. The Brockport locations that had made objections are quite south of this, one being on Man's Liquor Store on Route 31. It's a whole different market, a whole different corridor. It's another east-west corridor, much south of this corridor. This does not compete with the village of Spencerport or the village of Hilton, which is north of Route 104. This actually will serve an area that we believe is underserved at this point, that being the northwest quadrant of Monroe County and the northeast quadrant of Orleans County. Traveling out Route 104 at this point, you get farther and farther from development, farther and farther from the city, and there is a substantial population to be served when you look at those areas combined. And that's the areas that this applicant believes will be served by this store location. It's quite convenient being right on the Ridge Road 104. And again, the village store in Brockport is down in the village quite south, and it's not on the same traffic pattern, the same corridor, same for the villages of Spencerport and Hilton. So we believe that there is a community service here in serving an area that is very much underserved at this point.
Members ready to proceed with consideration?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to vote yes on reconsideration.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote yes on reconsideration as
Chairman
well.
Bradley?
I vote no.
All right, then moving forward on the application.
I'll vote yes to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote yes to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote no.
You voted yes before.
Yeah, but I voted no to recon, I'm not gonna vote.
All right.
The application's been approved.
Thank you.
All right.
Next item, Buffalo, 2210. It's a DD Corporation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Fan, Commissioner Ford. My name is Jacob Yurkowski. I represent the applicant, GEY Corp, and their application for an on-premises liquor license.
Can I stop you there for a second? Do you have a problem?
Yes.
Do you have a problem with it?
No.
I have some questions.
All right, just ask.
Okay.
I'm just kind of trying to
So
expedite this.
you're just taking over the business? Is it going to be exactly the same as before?
It'll be largely the same. We're not taking over the existing business, though. The existing business is completely closed. This is Mr. Earhart is going to be running a new business. There's no asset purchase or anything like that.
So are you opening a Chinese restaurant or are you opening an Italian restaurant? Because it looks like you are a bit of both.
It is a bit of both. And the menu has been a bit of both, from what I understand, since about 2003. And so that's going to continue. Mr. Earhart was a frequent patron of the restaurant. He used to live about 1.5 miles from there. And so he's going to keep the menu largely the same, although he'd like to pare it down. And the reason for the application for the on-premises license, right now he's doing takeout only, in the dine-in restaurant.
Okay. So do you know Kate Lee?
There's no relationship between
There's
the
no
three.
relationship between him and the prior applicants?
That's correct.
About him and the prior licensee?
You mean Miss Lee or somebody else?
Yeah, not Miss Lee, but Gina. Well, there's Gina Lees, Lees, who was the licensee. And then there is a Kate Lee who got a temp and whose temp was canceled. So there are
No.
two different Lees, Lee and Lees.
I apologize. No relationship to Kate.
Okay.
Gina? No. No relationship to Gina.
Okay, but you know her? Because she used to own the spot.
Do you have any? Have you met her? Do you have any?
No.
Does
Okay.
not know her.
Okay. And you have no experience doing this, but you've been running the restaurant?
His daughter was involved in the restaurant's operation from 2003 to 2013, and
Okay.
she's been assisting. I've advised them of the need that if she's going to have any supervisory role, that she needs to be put on as a manager and possibly as a principal for the license. She's never had any adverse license history. She's never had. I don't believe she had a license in her name, but she was involved in the restaurant for about 10 years prior.
Okay. So is she going to be managing, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to vote to approve, but I need a personal questionnaire from her.
No problem. I've advised them to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
with the personal question.
Yes.
And
She's just an employee now, I take it.
Right now, she's just assisting with sort of overseeing. I don't even think she's in any official capacity. They're open in a very limited fashion right now. So once they have the liquor license and they open up for dine-in, she will be on the books and we'll disclose her with a personal questionnaire.
I vote to approve with the questionnaire as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Buffalo, I don't have anything else signed in up there. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else in Buffalo.
All right, thank you. If you want to just stay on like for a half hour or so in case somebody shows up.
Okay.
We'll move to Albany. Next, first item is 2224. This is a request for declaratory ruling.
Good morning, members. I'm supposed to be Bernstein Rado on behalf of MELIO Payments Inc. For declaratory ruling that MELIO's proposed method of operation described in the June 24, 2021 letter is not inconsistent with the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law. The letter that our office submitted explained that MELIO is an accounts payable and accounts organization platform, that it is used by small and medium-sized businesses across the United States, and that it is used across all industries. So, as such, MELIO does operate here in New York, and MELIO's platform is used by members of the alcohol industry. And what we're talking about, the members of the alcohol industry, we're talking about retailers and wholesalers, not consumers. These entities, they use the platform to organize and to make payments to one another. These are business-to-business payments, or B2B payments, as they're called in the industry. Due to the time restrictions and what we hopefully view as a well-supported submission that we sent in, I'll keep this as brief as possible. MELIO's platform, the method of operation we're talking about, has two key functions. The first is account organization. The second is invoice and bill payment facilitation. The first, account organization, is relatively straightforward. MELIO allows its users to view all of their outstanding payments on a single platform, on a single interface, in a centralized location. The users in this context that we're talking about here are retailers. If we're talking about alcohol, either package store licensees or on-premises licensees. What MELIO allows these users to do is, they're getting invoices from all different sources, from all different wholesalers, alcohol and non-alcohol alike. They're coming in all different forms, electronic, hard copy, they're coming by mail, email, etc. MELIO allows the user to manually upload or electronically link each of these invoices up to a platform so they have a centralized interface that they can look at, and at one time they can see all of their outstanding invoices and they can make decisions based on what's outstanding at any one time, when to pay this invoice, when to pay that one. It's called the digitization and digitalization of invoices. It's important, and it allows all these invoices on all different forms to speak in the same language and allow the retailer to view everything at one time. That's the first part of it, that account organization. The second function is a little bit more novel. It's this facilitation of payment, these business-to-business payments. So a retailer that now is able to look at all their invoices can use the MELIO platform to click on any individual invoice and commence a payment to the wholesaler. In New York, currently, alcohol retailers that use MELIO and have invoices from alcohol wholesalers, as well as any other wholesaler, because it's not just alcohol related, they can use MELIO to either commence an ACH payment, a debit card payment, or a physical check payment to a wholesaler. Our letter explains the various steps that go into each of these payments. They're different. I can explain it. It might take a little bit of time, so just let me know if you'd like me to elaborate on it.
In a nutshell, though, they're paying you.
No. So MELIO's role in these transactions is completely overseeing the transaction. They don't touch any money. Money doesn't go to any MELIO account. It all goes to regulated financial institutions, bank partners of MELIO.
Can I stop you there, though? And I may know more about this than my fellow commissioners because I was involved in it. How did wasn't it your credit card that it was being paid on?
So The credit card processing was part of Melio's operation.
which was your company's credit card.
It was not Melio's credit card, as far as I'm aware, but we're not going to talk about credit cards. We're going to do a separate credit.
Well, that's my concern, is how are you ensuring this isn't happening because it's illegal?
Oh,
And
I'm sorry, can we just back up one moment though? Like, I still don't understand how the money flows before I can
Okay, go
understand
ahead.
what you're talking about.
I'll get back to the credit cards because it is important.
Well, just so that, and I don't know that, and correct me if if you do know, but the reason this is here is because this company was, well, our licensees were utilizing this company who was then, on certain occasions, paying using a credit card to the
Right.
wholesalers. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so go ahead.
Right.
So Melio's operation, since the company found out that they were not allowed to be involved in credit cards in any way, they stopped using credit cards, they turned off that function for alcohol retailers and wholesalers in New York. So that's not what this is about. We are coming back for a declaratory ruling based on credit cards. But until the New York State Liquor Authority says it's okay to use credit cards, or there's an amendment to the statute, we are not going to be using credit cards.
So I can guarantee you, we'll never say it's okay until there's a statute, so.
So you just said,
So answer his question now, the ACH
All right,
and the
so-
debit.
I understand ACH and debit cards,
Sure.
but so the retailers, you said they were using credit cards to pay who? To pay you?
So credit cards, again, are not part of this, but in the past,
Okay,
they were allowing credit cards to be used by a retailer to pay a wholesaler. I'm not exactly sure how it works because we were not involved in it, and we are coming back on a declaratory ruling where we are going to explain that more fully and try to get your approval on it, although getting the sense right now that it's not going to be.
Well, it's just not, I mean, the statute wasn't signed. Until it's signed, we can't approve it.
Yeah, and just for the record, there was a salesman from MELIO who was telling a wholesaler who had not yet agreed to use MELIO services that MELIO had solved the problem in New York and made paying with credit cards legal. And we have documents that show that, and that was clearly not true.
I think they thought they were on the cusp of it. Is
Well,
that the case?
So-
and it wasn't, it's not relevant here, but the
Right.
reason this is here is because that illegality prompted us to send letters to the wholesalers, and now the wholesalers are shying away from using MELIO because they're concerned that they're gonna get charged with a violation. So MELIO needs,
Rule.
the board to say,
So,
what we do without credit cards
Right.
is legal.
Okay.
so how does Melio make money?
Yeah,
So the retailer, nobody
that
pays
was my
any fee
big
to Melio.
question. So what's in it for you?
So Melio, these basic services that I described, so either the account organization or the bill payment, the basic structure that I just explained, no charges to any retailer, no charges to any wholesaler, no charges to any user of Melio. Melio does not receive a cent from any of these people. There are premium add-ons that you can add on to your package if you would like. And that's where Melio is making its money. If you want to do an international payment, you have to pay a fee for that. But that's not relevant here. If you want to expedite your payment in some way, I believe that there's a fee that you can pay to expedite it. But again, not relevant here. What we're talking about here are the basic features of Melio, which are the normal ACH payments, which takes about 2 to 3 days, and cutting a physical check, which also takes about 2 to 3 days to process, and then about 5 days to mail.
So just to clarify, restaurants and I presume liquor stores, instead of sending their own ACH or cutting their own check, they're hiring an intermediary who then does that for them
Yes.
at no charge, unless they want it expedited or going, some other dollar list.
That is correct. So Melio's job in this whole ACH payment process is just to oversee it. They get the instructions from the payer or the retailer that says, I want the money drawn from this account, and I want it sent to my wholesaler who has this account. Melio takes that instructions, they give it to their bank partner and say, pull from this account, push it to this account. The bank partner has a 2 to 3 day settling window where the funds settle in an FBO custodial account, and the bank partner makes sure that there is sufficient funds in the original account, that there's no fraud, and once that's all cleared, they send it on to the wholesaler. The same as any other ACH payment.
So let
Melio's job-
me ask you this then. If I'm a restaurant in New York State and I don't have any need for the international bell and whistle, why would I be using it?
Why would you?
Yeah, what am I getting out of it? Because if it's free, it seems like I could do this myself in my computer.
Sure.
So other than me not sitting at my computer, what am I getting out of it?
So I think what you're getting out of it is, and I think there's more than what I'm explaining to you, but the account organization part, the first part of it, allows you to see everything you have on a screen. So then you can simply click. It's just easier to use for a retailer to just click on a button and commence the payment rather than going to a local bank and commencing an ACH payment to a wholesale.
So are these invoices coming directly to you, or does the retailer have to send it to you?
So the retailer has to manually upload or they electronically link it to their MELIO.
So they get it and you get it as well?
Additionally, a wholesaler that they don't sign up for MELIO because they're not users of MELIO, but a retailer who says, I want to pay this wholesaler, an email is sent to the wholesaler and says, this person would like to pay you using our MELIO platform. Once they do that, the wholesaler can send an invoice electronically or a notification of payment to the retailer through the MELIO system. But invoices and all the rules and regulations of the State Liquor Authority are still expected to be followed by wholesalers.
So and I assume you're not just using licensees as clients, you have other businesses as well?
Across all industries.
So how have you separated out the liquor licensees from those businesses?
So it's a good question. So what MELIO has said that they have done is that they have a list of all liquor licenses in the state, and they've attached, I guess, a vendor code to it, so that when somebody signs up, they know that it's for that it's a liquor licensee.
And is there any controls?
So actually in June of 2021, I hired a new general counsel and a chief compliance officer, and he is responsible for making sure that they remain compliant.
Okay.
A better general counsel is their control.
No, the compliance
The
guy.
concern I had when this thing was raised, which I already made clear to MELIO, was that essentially the wholesalers were happy to stick their heads in the sand and say, we don't know how we're getting our payments. We didn't even know there were credit cards being used. And my point to them was, which is not necessarily your client's problem, although maybe it is, that they have to take reasonable steps to make sure they're complying with the law, and not even knowing or having any arrangements with MELIO where MELIO says we guarantee you, or we are doing no due diligence to make sure that MELIO is following the law. It creates problems for us. Same thing is true of the retailers that are using it. So anyway.
All right. Yeah, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner? Okay, Tom.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I wasn't trying to beat you up on the credit card thing, I was just trying to understand it.
No, it makes sense.
Anyway, but I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve.
Thank you.
Next time we have is 2324.
So you'll get something in the mail, right? Sir, you'll get something in the mail from us?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. The scribble looks like 2324. Is it 2324?
Oh, I'm sorry,
29?
29.
Oh.
I wasn't sure because it is a New York City address.
Oh, I thought you were waiting for something.
The other declaratory.
Yes.
West 20.
This is the one where we have the landmark confirmation.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to put your name on the record?
Sure, Tom, is this okay to go forward even though it has a New York address?
Let me go find it. It's 2329.
29.
Yes.
All right, 2329 request for declaratory ruling for 20 West 20th Street, Manhattan.
Good morning, this is again, Bernstein Radio. So this is a declaratory ruling for proposed location for a new license at 20 West 20th Street in Manhattan. And we're asking that it is exempt from the 500-foot law in as much as it has been continuously licensed since prior to November 1st, 1993, and has not had an intervening use since it was originally licensed. According to the records of the authority, this location has been licensed since as far back as 1989. And a license was issued to an entity called Deezer Entertainment Concepts. Deezer's license went inactive in 2002 when a new license was issued to an entity called West 20th Enterprises Corp. When West 20th Enterprises Corp filed their application in 2002, they identified that the space had been continuously licensed and that there had not been an intervening use in the space. According to the property owner, West 20th Enterprises vacated the space at the expiration of their lease in February of 2021. Their license expired in October of 2020. It was right in the middle of COVID. Our client entered into a lease in May of 2021, so 3 months after the last lease expired. And we included with our letter a separate letter from the general manager of the property owner, which stated the date that the lease expired, the date that the space was vacated, and that there had not been an intervening use. Under the grandfather clause exemption of Section 64, premises that have been continuously operated and licensed since prior to November 1st, 1993, and have not had an intervening use are not subject to the 500-foot law. And as much as this meets the criteria, we are requesting or ruling stating that for the purposes of this application, which we hope to file in the next month or so, that the 500-foot rule is in effect.
Is your client going to be adult entertainment as well?
I believe they are, yes.
Okay. All right, I will vote to declare that this location has been continually licensed since the prior license expired on October 31, 2020.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same.
Next item I have is 2269, Turnpike Wine and Liquor Inc.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Sheldon. I am representing Turnpike Wine and Liquor, and we're here to oppose new license being asked to be issued.
You're the opposition?
Yes, I am.
Is there anybody else here in this matter?
Why don't we give him another?
What store do you represent?
I represent a Turnpike Wine and Liquor in Rensselaer, New York. It's called the Liquor Shed.
That's the app.
Wait, the app? Yeah.
What's the name of your store? Or who you're representing?
I'm representing Kathy Marvin at the Liquor Shed.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And
Well,
where's,
we're gonna have to second call. Why don't we give them time to show up? They're not here. The people that are applying aren't here yet. So we'll give them
All right.
we do Albany first. Before Albany ends, we'll call it again. If they're not here, then we'll let you go.
oh, I see the protest letter, but it's not one of the closest stores.
All right, then the next item is 2285. This is SCOLLAN Ltd.
Good morning. Commissioners, my name is Ellen Calvin. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I have here with me Sarah Scollin and Joseph PLIS, the applicant principals. So as you know, it's an application for a liquor store. I know that you've received my submission, so I will take care to not rehash the whole thing. I'll just highlight a few items for you. So the proposed premises is located on Grand Avenue. The post office address is Auburn, New York. However, the applicant is actually located in the town of Senate, which is adjacent to Auburn. What the applicant hopes to do here is bring something new and fresh to the area. They hope to have a major focus on New York products, and in fact, they are hoping to dedicate at least 30% of their shelf space to New York products. In addition to that, you've seen from the application, of course, that they also hope to have a major focus on women and minority-owned distillers and wineries. They've taken great care to take inventory of what's around them in terms of what their competitors are offering and are not, and they really do hope to have a different inventory here at the store. This application has received substantial support from both elected officials and the community. You've seen within the application we have support from our own assemblyman as well as Assemblyman Lamontis, who does represent the district that the opposition is located in. Also our senator. And as of today, we have one additional letter of support, which is from a town councilman. And the reason I believe that's important is because what that means is we've now received support from every local level of government, our town, our county, and from the state.
What's the guy's name?
His name is James Jeffers, and I do have copies for you here if you'd like.
I'll take it.
Mr. Conley, would you like one?
You can just come up.
Let me give it to, and I'll do the copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, I get this before we do.
Yes, and I'm sorry, it reeled in at the last minute, I apologize.
Just for you.
Okay. How do you guys know each other?
Me and Sarah were like best friends.
Okay.
Best friends, kind
That's
of.
so sweet.
Well, my wife is actually my best friend.
Oh.
I just busted your job.
Just in case you know you're on camera.
A couple other important things here, I'm sure you've seen from the paperwork. Increases in sales, and not only during COVID times, but prior to COVID. Increases each year, almost across the board for every single store, which I think is important to highlight. In terms of demographics, you've probably seen from my submission as well, that while we do see declining population, and we just have seen the new census numbers, we're happy to say that there is a brand new housing complex that's being built in this town. It's going to provide at least 60 affordable housing units.
In Senate?
In Senate, yep, correct, yep. So, essentially, like I said, I know you have my submission, but essentially we do believe that there's room for more here. We believe that the applicant has zeroed in on a space that is underserved, especially being outside the limits of Auburn.
All right, Tom. Oh, let me ask, is there any opposition here? No. There were 3 protest letters as well that we received, as well as the support that you mentioned.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
Based on letters of support from Assembly Member John Lamondis, Chair of the, was Eileen McNabb Coleman? I said that, Chair of the Cuyahoga County Legislature and District 6 Legislative representing the Town of Senate, where it's located. Tom Gray, Supervisor, Town of Senate, Ms. Otherman that you just gave us. Grand Avenue is it's the main corridor out of Auburn going to Senate. So I can see why the sales of your closest store are what they are, competitor, but their sales have gone up, as you mentioned, even prior to 2020, they were on the way up. So with all that being said, unnecessarily, I'm going to vote to approve.
Chairman Brown.
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next item, 2318, Grocery Wine Shop LLC.
2318, you said?
2318.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley. Good morning, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, senior staff members. My name is Matthew Sansom. I'm joined here by Bill Christopher. I'm the attorney for the applicant, the Grocery Wine Shop. We are appearing to request reconsideration of a liquor store application. And I'd like to start off quickly by noting a few things that have changed or clarifications. In the disapproval letter, it noted that gross sales of the closest stores based on the SLA's report had gone down. That when we ran the numbers that were provided by the SLA, they in fact have gone up by 16.39% for store 1 to the closest store and 31.85% for the fourth store. They've also increased, and we provided updated sales numbers for the applicant's location. And let me correct this, this is actually a class change application, so not a new liquor store application. It's currently operating a wine store. We also provided some updated support from Assemblyman McDonald And if it would please the board, the applicant would be willing to further limit the spirits that they would like to carry. The original application included a majority of New York State labeled spirits. But I'd like to turn it over to Mr. CRESPO to talk a little bit about what he's carrying and the established business that he's done.
It's a tiny wine shop. We've had nothing but natural and organic wines for 6 years. And our sales have gone up each of those years. And when we initially spoke, we wanted to do a natural wine shop. That's all we've ever done. We've never carried one bottle of mass-produced anything. In that time, I've gotten to know some of the local distillers, the guys at Yankee Distillery, my buddy at Kings County Distillery down in Brooklyn, and Arrowwood Farms, which is in Accord, New York. These are wonderful distillers. They're small. What New York State did to help to fund distilleries was wonderful, but they don't have enough sales outlets. I want to sell their product. And I'm talking maybe like, this is maybe 10% of the sales that we're looking to do in the wine shop, which is a very healthy business. This is just a nice indemnity. I want to promote my friends in New York State, their distilleries, and if you guys wanted to limit that, that's fine. Additionally, at Starbuck Island, there's a very large liquor store with a sign up. They're looking to, coming soon, they're looking to open up business pretty soon in a big way, and we don't want to oppose them or anybody else.
Are you going to change the name of your store?
No.
Okay.
No, we'll always be a wine shop. We're a wine company. We have several different on-premise licenses, including a little dive bar that is only natural and organic wines, even there.
Is there a certain category of liquor that you plan to sell, like natural, organic, or New York State focus?
We're going to focus on New York State.
You're going to focus on New York State, but
Absolutely.
do you care if I limit it to New York State, or?
I'm fine with that.
Really?
I mean, if Chairman Fay, if we could maybe have a blend, that would be nice.
Okay.
You know, if there's some sort of percentage, I'm good with it.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll vote to approve.
We got a recon first.
I'll vote to recon. Yes, on reconsideration, Tom.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll vote yes on reconsideration.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote yes.
All right, on the application itself then,
I'll vote yes on the class change.
is there any conditions or? Commissioner Ford,
I voted yes to approve originally, so I'm going to be consistent, vote again. Yes.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote yes.
You guys did a really tough job with it. I respect you very much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you saying something about that.
Chairman, I'm going to recall the other matter, because after that, we may have some New York City involved. All right, you can come back out. This is recalling 2269 Turnpike Wine and Liquor.
So I'm representing the liquor shed. We are approximately,
So let me stop you. Do we even, this isn't a request for reconsideration. If they're not here, the burden's on them to prove the reconsideration. Yeah, so I'm sorry you wasted your time, ma'am, but.
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote no as well.
And I vote no as well. Sorry that you had to come all this way.
Thanks for taking the time.
She can go back and claim victory.
All right, the next matter, I don't think there's any appearances on. Well, we may want to wait, because I don't know if there's going to be any opposition to the next one, so maybe we can wait 2 minutes. Start at 11.
Okay.
We have nothing in Albany?
We're all done with anything that I know there's no opposition in New York.
Is there any enforcement in New York or Albany?
I have a New York case, it's a recon on a 200-foot issue. No opposition.
Oh, you can do that.
You want to do?
Yeah, there's nobody going to object to a 200-foot issue.
Hold on just for a second.
What's the case number, Mr. Springer?
This is Twist Brooklyn Inc., is that correct? This is 2306. So this is a reconsideration of a license enforcement, so it's going to go back. You're not going to be approving anything, you're just going to be sending it back to go for reconsideration.
Good morning, John Spinner for the applicant. This was Attorney Zaki's application. I'd like to have this sent back to licensing. I think the licensing board overlooked substantial evidence submitted with the application that the church in question is not exclusively a church, based on its size, multiple addresses, photographs that the attorney submitted of other businesses, the corporation filing receipts for those businesses, an ad that it was for sale. It appears to me as if the investigator maybe wasn't provided with the licensee, with the applicant's evidence, because I think the investigation would have been done in a different manner. I submitted to you 4 questions that I think should have been asked of the pastor, and in the end, as a result, I think the licensing board was basically forced to choose between the uncorroborated word of the pastor, it's not in writing, it's not reported, and an officer of the court that did a very thorough investigation. So I think for those reasons, it should go back to the licensing for further investigation.
So I'm the one who allowed the recon on this, and I instructed our investigator to go out and reinvestigate it. And so there is another investigation that was done, which was done through a visit and was also done through researching the 2 companies that the lawyer indicated are residents of that building. And that investigation came out finding that those companies are not located there.
But they were at the time filing.
We have no evidence of that. No, other than the picture on a mailbox, which could have been there 10 years ago. We have no evidence of that. One company doesn't even appear to exist anymore.
I gave the filing receipts for the LLC. They were mentioned in the 2019 ad.
All I'm telling you, I don't know how they've had the same paperwork. All I'm telling you is that there is no one there now, based on the investigator's report. There's no indication of when somebody was there, or if they were ever there, other than the mailbox having an address on it. I don't know. In my mind, that's not enough. I don't know where they are.
I wasn't aware that a second investigation was done.
Well, that's what you requested in the recon.
I didn't.
Well, whoever reconned it asked.
I didn't know it was sent back already. I don't know if the pastor was asked about these companies.
Yeah, well, this investigative report is very clear that these 2 businesses are not there, so I can only assume that the church is now being used exclusively. So I'm going to vote no on recon.
They're in the process of.
I just had a request. If you're going to vote no, can we send it back and convert it to an RW? It's not controversial. We sent.
Mr. Spurrier, that's something that we've done in the past for people that have identified 200-foot issues that are we've deemed that are issues, and we've allowed them to change their class of application to a beer wine license.
That would be acceptable if you could do that.
But the members wouldn't have to do that.
If the members vote to do
If they
so,
vote to do that, that's just between you and the license.
Yeah.
Okay, you're willing to do that?
Sure.
So what am I voting?
Go back to
Just
licensing.
on reconsideration, are you going to
I'm
grant
voting.
or deny reconsideration on the disapproval?
I'm gonna deny reconsideration just because I don't see evidence here that they're still here.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote deny reconsideration as well, but I will leave it upon licensing to convert it to an RW.
So we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Yep. Good.
Okay, then, the next item, we're live with New York City now too. Next item from Albany is 2279. This is NY37 ES LLC and other partners. Is anybody there in New York City in opposition? Please come up to the table. That as a no.
Good morning.
What do you say?
No opposition.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning again, members. My name is Mastin Sansom. I am the attorney appearing on behalf of the applicant, DBA Midtown Manhattan Embassy Suites, for a hotel license application located in Times Square that would essentially be replacing an existing hotel at the space. There was some confusion with the 500-foot hearing, and the ALJ voted to did not feel that the burden had been met. Provided in your packet, we detailed each of the responses, and the primary concern seemed to be something more of an administrative type of concern. And
Well, it's not administrative. I mean, and maybe you're not aware of this because I don't know, and I know we have notified everybody of this, but you might not be aware of it. The ALJs do not have the application.
right.
So the only information they're getting is whatever you give them. And when you just write yes to something or no, you're not really giving them anything, particularly when you're talking about a hotel.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't blame her for denying the public interest because she didn't have, or he didn't feel like he had enough information, but go ahead.
The primary concern was that we did not break out information for the hotel and for the restaurant separately. The questions aren't structured that way.
That may be, but you're a pretty smart guy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think that's worth pointing out. And, you know, I read what you submitted closely, and you're right that if you wanted to do a Talmudic reading of the questions, maybe they didn't call for the information. But at the point at which an ALJ says, I don't know enough about this space to make a ruling, to put in a supplemental submission that doesn't address that at all, it just says we were right to not answer those questions. I mean, that was really the tenor of your response, and I was still wondering what the details were after I got to the end of it. So, not saying that that means that the application should be denied or whatever, but hopefully you kind of see the issue and try to address it.
Okay.
And you know the issues in New York. I mean, they're mostly concerned about noise, right? And you have an outdoor space, plus a restaurant that doesn't appear to be asking for much noise-making material, but that's what their biggest concern is, and I guess that's what the ALJ was probably focusing on.
So I guess a note to the wise, not just to you, but to anybody else who's watching and listening, is that for these hearing preps, you might want to submit your report as if the ALJ doesn't know anything.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, you're suggesting the ALJ don't do it?
Not at all. Not at all.
Room service is 24 hours?
Food room service, obviously alcohol would not be permitted during past 4 a.m.
We have a representation that the alcohol service would end at midnight.
Yes,
So it's going to end at midnight in the entire hotel?
that's correct.
Why? Just for my own information.
That's.
Well, I mean, it's New York City.
Chairman's
Times
like,
Square.
I'm not staying at this embassy
Does
suites.
that mean you'll never stay there?
No, I mean, I just wondered. It seems like.
Alcohol possibly.
But that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Is that normal?
Oh, the applicant may want to come back after, depending on, once they get up and established and operating, it may be something that customers.
All right, but, so this restaurant then is going to shut down at 12?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, and the garden area is on what floor?
Third floor. A deficiency was submitted, there was a little confusion that the 37th floor was going to serve alcohol. They do not intend it.
And is the garden area just, is there any music in the garden area?
There is, 1 second. I do not believe there is music.
Is it just an extension of the restaurant, the garden area?
Essentially, yes.
And we never heard from the community board at all?
The community board, they just issue no objection. We reached out to them again and said, hey, you had no objection, would support, any support, and they said, we don't do that.
Oh, yeah, no, I just wondered, I didn't see if they had any I mean, I wondered if they had any objection or stipulation or anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll only oppose.
All right, I think we're ready.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
You know, I'm going to vote to approve, since it's a hotel license and it's mostly not a residential block, I'm going to vote to approve with no restrictions.
Commissioner Ford.
I approve on the same conditions.
Chairman Brass.
I approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item I have is 2271. GALABYA Inc. This is a new package store license. Anyone here for New York City for 2271?
Are you the opposition?
Yes.
So we're gonna have to, I'm gonna give them a little more time.
Okay. aside for.
I mean, not the whole day, but I'm gonna give them a little more time.
Next item I have is 2287 Metro Wines and Spirits Inc.
Is that 2287?
2287 Metro Wine and Spirits Inc. Come up to the table or hold your peace, please. We need a big table.
$22.87.
Yeah. 2287.
I didn't.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Francis Buscemi. For the applicant with me today is Lalit Patel, the principal of Metro. This is for a new retail liquor store license application at 9030 Metropolitan Avenue. It's a 3,550 square foot store with 2,717 square feet of retail space. It's located on the second floor of a mall, which is anchored by Trader Joe's, which lends itself to public convenience and advantage, and that it's a one-stop stopping experience for consumers going over to the shopping mall. It has on-site parking. Mr. Patel has worked in the industry for several years as an assistant manager in a liquor store. He resides in Rego Park, where the store is located, for over 15 years and is very familiar with the area. Concerning the mall aspect being on the second floor, I addressed that issue in my submission. I cited the case law for you, and also Citarella, which is a second floor liquor store that was licensed not long ago, I think in maybe 2019, by the Liquor Authority over at Hudson Yards. The zip code where the store is located, 11374, is densely populated with almost 44,000 people. You have a median age of 42, over 20,000 households with increased population since 2002. I also cited new construction in the area to you concerning residential high-rise units that have been built or being built. We have a large Jewish population in the area. And Mr. Patel is aware of that, having resided in the community for so many years. He did some research in going to the other stores where they're lacking in kosher products. We carry about 100 SKUs of kosher products. Also, he found that there was almost no organic and natural products in these other stores, and he'd be carrying 100 SKUs or so of that. Free club membership with carry-out service to customers' cars. It will involve an internet sales. One of the liquor stores did not report any sales to the Liquor Authority, so I don't think that that should be held against us. Mr. Chairman, I also heard you in the past indicate that there should be a presumption or an inference that by not reporting, he's probably doing well, and that was Shivram or something like that. Wine Room and Wang Ron show increasing sales, and GP Liquor has substantial sales. Their sales have dipped, but they recovered in 2020, and they're doing over $1 million. The papers that the opposition put in also show population has increased in the area and the zip codes that they referenced. Do you have any questions?
What's his relation to the owner of the liquor store he's working in now?
That's his father. He's been there since 2015 and wants to go out on his own now.
What's the name of it?
Lido.
Lido.
You have that, Adam? Is there any history there?
You know, there's opposition, they don't.
There's opposition here.
Yeah, there's opposition here too, but I'm not done with Mr. Buscemi yet.
No.
Nothing.
Disciplinary.
All right, we have somebody here
Long Beach.
We have opposition here that can go first, then Mr. Lynn, you can go. You only have 5 minutes between the two of you, so I don't know how you want to split it. Is that it, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
I'll be very brief.
Who do you represent?
The second closest store, John Springer, for GPK Liquor and Wines.
Okay.
It's 0.34 miles away. Mr. Buscemi basically described the same application as before you in Cooper in 2012, a large box store in Trader Joe's. I appeared then, Mr. Lee appeared then. The closest store did supply gross sales. They range between 600.
That's what I thought. It came in with a supplemental, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
$611,000, $617,000, which I consider to be pretty stagnant. GPK's sales are dropping. On the issue of the upstairs liquor store, I'm not familiar with the Hudson Yards application. I don't remember seeing a court ruling on that. In fact, I couldn't find any on point that had to do other than arcades and things like that.
There's a court ruling, there are court rulings going back to the 1950s that say, not 1960s, that say if it's on a mall, whatever that means.
The only issue,
Yeah.
pardon my interrupting. The only issue here is that it's just 2 stores out there.
Yeah, it's a vestibule, not a mall. It's not like, the idea would be that there would be the equivalent of a street on the second floor, and there's some uncertainty about that in this application.
It's not, I mean.
So I guess to answer your question, we have put liquor stores on second floors of malls.
Okay.
The question is, are we going to call this a mall or not?
I don't think it's a mall. I'll just leave it at that. The 5 stores within 0.6 miles of the proposed premise. I'll point out at the last meeting, Bay Bridge, there was 4 stores within 1.7 miles. The closest store was a mile away. You disapproved based on saturation and sales. The second closest store, GPK, is the largest. That's my client. Of the existing stores, haven't reached the $1 million gross sales mark in several years. When Cooper was before you in 2013, GPK's gross sales were 1.46 million. It's been going down every year since. The third closest store is 0.52 miles away. It can't break the $500,000 mark. It's got 1,800 square feet. Wang Ram is a new store since.
It's 2 minutes, Mr. Osberg.
Since you just, sorry?
2 minutes.
Okay. I'll give the
I just want to ask one question. You say the 4th store is new, what year?
2014, the year after you disapproved Cooper, you approved a.
All right, Mr. Lynn, go ahead.
Initially, I just want to state that the Siobhan Wine and Liquor is my client. I did submit as a supplemental their sales figures. I don't know why it wasn't of record before that, and they show a stagnant sales, about 600,000 for the last 3 years as being stagnant.
Can you show that to Mr. Buscemi? Because he obviously,
Yes.
we did get it in the supplemental, and he obviously didn't get it.
I have it right here.
Yeah, I have it.
No, I got it too. I don't want anybody to be.
I didn't get it.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Lynn.
He just took 30 seconds of my time.
He needs his note.
Look at 2020.
The population and demographics I put as Exhibit D in my submission, which shows that it's had a minimal increase in population. The gross sales shows no great demand for alcoholic beverages. And if you do the COVID anomaly, get rid of 2020, the sales are one sale increases, the other stagnant, and the other ones are there's 13 stores that supply my survey with 1.6 miles to the applicant. The 2,770 square feet is 3 times the amount of square footage that was closest store, 50%, and the first closest store and the fourth closest store, it's 50% greater than the second closest store, it's 30% greater than the third closest store. As to demographics, very, very important, because it should also be noted that almost 3/4 of this area is populated with cemeteries and park area. St. John's Cemetery, just directly across from applicant, is about 190 acres. Lutheran Cemetery at Metropolitan Avenue is about 350 acres. And Forest Park to the southwest is 500 plus acres. So as far as population and actual sales figures themselves, it doesn't really show that there should be, it is to the public convenience and advantage to license this premises. In addition to that, lastly, in 2013, those were two cases of mine that I was the applicant, and I was denied on both of them. And on one of the occasions, Councilor Flew said, Mr. Lynn, this whole area is surrounded by cemeteries. How can you tell us that there's going to be an increase in population, that public convenience and advantage would be served? So that became an important issue on at least one of the applications that I did put in at that time.
Thank you. Any questions?
No.
Is there anybody here who's not represented by Mr. Lynn or Mr. Springer?
Okay.
Is the applicant here with you?
Yes. No.
All right, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who's who.
You say so. Hello, can you see now?
See him now, thank you.
All right, Tom.
All right, then, Commissioner Fan.
Mr. Patel, you're probably a good candidate for a store, but I'm not seeing the growth in alcohol sales to justify yet another store in this area, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I kind of feel the same way that Commissioner Fan just stated. I mean, you look to be a really good applicant. I just don't know that another store is needed here, so I have to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 13 stores within 1.6 miles. There are literally 4 stores within what appears to be less than a 10-minute walk of each other. And I don't see the increase in sales other than 2020 because of COVID that would justify the need for another store at this time. I don't personally believe that that's a shopping mall. So on that level too, I don't think that that's a public thoroughfare. I think that's a building you're required to go into, go up the escalator, and you have access to 2 separate stores on the 2nd floor. I don't see that as comparable to a mall. So I'm voting to deny as well.
All right, then the next item is 2305, JDS Discount Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon, this is John Springer for JDS. With me is the principal of Route 4. This is the reconsideration of a liquor store in town. I guess we'll go first if we're in the party here.
Let me just jump in. Besides Mr. Buscemi, is there anybody else here in opposition to this application?
Go ahead, Mr. Springer.
Yeah, my submission. Because of COVID, we weren't able to come in, so we didn't really get a very long treatment of this case. And we did point out that we're replacing the store. But we also point out that every store that protested came after the store, Villa Liquors, that was here for 50 years. In 2019, the applicant had a contract with Executive, which is Herrick's SRI, to buy that store. She got conditionally approved, and then they backed out in February of 2020. Then we noticed that Villa was closed, and so we applied there. You have my memo. Mr. Buscemi represented Herrick's just in 2017. He encouraged you to not give too much weight to gross sales, and I would encourage you to do the same. He believed then that that store, which is half a mile away, was and has increasing sales, was a good location, and that the number of stores, his applicant had 6 stores within 1.2 miles, including Villa Liquors in our shopping center. We have 4 stores within 1.2 miles. We are asking to maintain the status quo and not adding a new store. It's a smaller store than the one we were replacing, which was 2,560 square feet. Where our retail footprint is 1,755. Executive, which you approved in 2017, apparently didn't find it saturation then. It's 2,500 square feet. We are right next to the supermarket. I did encourage you in the memo to look at the entire public, not just the competing stores. The courts have said that the public convenience prevention doesn't mean protect the other stores. It means other things as well. And you have to look at the landlord. We have a letter from him. We have petitions from all the other stores. We don't see why we shouldn't be allowed to replace the store that was there, the smaller store next to a new supermarket. And having a liquor store replaced was a key consideration for getting that tenant. Supermarkets and liquor stores go hand in hand. They support each other. Not having a store there is going to be a problem for that supermarket, the landlord, and all the other stores in that shopping center. I gave you a long memo about public convenience and advantage. I did point out another factual error from the reason for denial. Commissioner Ford had stated that there was 2 new stores, 2017, 2018. As I had put in my original memo, the 2018 store was a removal of a short distance in the same neighborhood. So the only store that's been added here recently was added when there was a store in the shopping center, and that's Mr. Defendant Client, Herrick C. Executive.
When did Villa Liquors close?
I just want to be clear for the record that Villa Liquor's license is still active until February of 2022. It's in safekeeping currently.
It's in safekeeping since July of last year.
But it's at the same location.
It's an active license.
He doesn't have a premise. He lost the premise. He doesn't have a lease, doesn't have a premise.
But that's not.
Is it for sale?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean you're replacing anybody. The license still exists. They can move.
They can move and they can apply, but they shouldn't lock up all of Nassau County until.
Well, because of COVID, we have allowed them to put stuff in safekeeping without doing what we normally do because it was obviously extenuating circumstances. I was not aware of that. I don't see you replacing that store until the license doesn't exist anymore.
The gentleman is 75 years old. He's working.
Well, now we're speculating on what he's going to do, and I'm not going to do that either.
Well, he can't come back here. That's the point.
Yeah, he can.
No, he can't come back here.
No, he can't go back to that spot, but he could go the next plaza over.
It's not a store.
Well, there are other places he could go, Mr.
February when?
February of 2022, it expires. We have no indication right now. Currently, it's in safekeeping.
I mean, if you could get a letter from him that says, I'm not opening again, then I might take that to heart, but I don't. You know, we have another case on here right now that there's a liquor store in the exact location that's in safekeeping.
Okay. We could certainly do that. And if we
Well, I don't know that that's going to change anything anyway, so I'm not encouraging you to do that. We should probably wait to see how everybody votes.
Okay. I just, aside from this case, I wish the authority would go back to some of the old policies they had on how long can somebody stay in safekeeping. That's all. I think
there is a limit, but we just went through a pandemic where we gave people an extension for obvious reasons. I mean, that's why the limit has been basically ignored for the last year and a half, because we allowed restaurants and stores who didn't feel that either they could open safely or they didn't feel that they could cover their expenses to put their license in safekeeping. And until that ends, that's the case.
We waived the safekeeping.
Yeah, they didn't even have to put it in safekeeping. They all had to hold it and just tell us they weren't opening.
He's working in the liquor store, so you're probably not worried about that. And all the liquor stores, as you know, did very well during 2020. So.
Mr. Buscemi, do you want to go?
Yes, thank you. I just want to. You done with this slide?
Hold on for a second.
Do we usually let the opposition go on the reconsideration?
No.
Oh, all right, so vote on the reconsideration first.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
With the existence of the current license, I don't have any other choice but to vote no on consideration at this point.
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration as well. I just don't see anything that would have changed my vote. Thank you.
All right, then the next item we have 2302, Fresh Meadow Wine and Liquor, Inc. Anyone in New York who's here on Fresh Meadow Wine and Liquor, Inc., please come up to the table.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Steel Price, representing the applicant. The Jim Call is here with me. This is a new store, 6820 Fresh Meadows Lane, the Fresh Meadows area of Queens. Closest store is 2,775 feet away. That's 13 blocks away. 3 of the 4 closest stores are in the area of Flushing, out in Fresh Meadow, that this application is for. There are 3 active liquor stores in zip code 11365. There is only 1 other active liquor store in the area of Fresh Meadows, Queens. The 4 closest stores are all well established. They've been open for at least 5 years and beyond. The population has increased in the past 10 years, and the applicant has a number of years' experience in retail sales.
When you say the 4 closest stores are well established, what are you basing that on?
They've all been open for more than 5 years, some of them 10 years. So they've established their customer base. It's not as if they just got their license a year or so.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? You say the population has increased, and you put in population numbers that are based on what the population was in 2017?
Right, Mr. Meyerhoff. Okay, so I consulted 3 different sources for the population. I consulted New York Demographics. All 3 sources agreed on the fact that the population in 2010 was 42,252. However, they all differ on the current population. New York Demographics said the current population was 44,738, showing an increase in the population of 6.1%. I also accessed city data, which said that the current population was 45,225, and that led to an increase in population of 7%.
Well, let me ask you a question, if I may interrupt you. That's the 2019 number. I was wondering why, when you submitted it, if you submitted a 2017 number that was higher.
It was the best number.
The city data, it was because it was higher, you submitted it?
Yeah, I went to 3 sources, and that was the highest.
You didn't present those 3 sources to the board until I asked you this question, right? You sent
No,
it.
I haven't submitted. I only submitted 1 source to the board.
Right, and it was a 2017 number, and the population's actually, I'm saying this because I went to the website that you used. You put in a submission that was based on data, population in 2017, which was 4 years ago.
Okay.
And the same website, if you consulted it today or last week when supplementals were due, it had data through 2019, and the population's gone down since 2017. You agree with that, right?
I don't agree it's gone down, and I consulted that site a week ago.
It went down from 46,234 to 45,225.
Well, that contradicts.
I'm sorry, I don't need to fence with you on it. Just because I do this when I see an error in the papers, if you're making a representation about how the population's gone down, to throw in a number that's based on 2017 data, I need to correct the record for the board. That's what it was in 2017. There's actually more recent data in this same website that you consulted that shows a different number.
I didn't see that data.
All right, Mr. Springer, you want to go ahead?
Yes, John Springer for Tanks Wine and Liquor Outlet, 26 miles away, second closest store. There are 4 stores within a mile. The disapproved Bay Bridge in Queens. The last meeting, there was only 1 store within a mile. There are 9 stores within 1.2 miles of this applicant. The 4 closest stores, Sun, Tangs, Our Liquor, HCC Wine. Sun had declining sales with a COVID bump in 20. Tangs, my client, had declining sales. Our Liquor got declining sales with a 20 COVID bump. HCC Wine and Liquor decreasing. That's all within 1 mile of the applicant. The population of 83,000 people left New York City because of COVID from the suburbs, according to the media.
I think it's more than that. But.
Okay, maybe it's more than that. And maybe it's going to go up now that they haven't got a handle on it completely.
They seem like they all moved to my area.
Don't say that when we get to the Hudson Valley stores.
All right.
I was very efficient there. That's all I want to say.
All right, Mr. Lynn.
I have the area saturated with liquor stores. I have 13, and I supplied a map. I supplied the listing from the XLA website, and I have a listing of the stores. There are 13 liquor stores within a radius of 1.5 miles from the applicant. Population and demographics, I have the same number as Council Meyerhoff with regards to being a slight increase. And let me note that the increase is like 6,000 people over 9 years. So where it comes to like 10% or whatever, that's a little disconcerting because it doesn't really state the number. The actual number itself is quite possibly minimal. There really is no evidence of increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon the population or revenue reports from the nearby stores. The gross sales on the nearby stores, I have the fourth store showing increasing sales. Other than the fourth store, the other three stores are decreasing. Another store is stagnant, and one store did not report. With 13 liquor stores within a radius of 1.5 miles from applicant, it would not appear that this application will be supplying any new products or any new services that the current stores are not providing, and therefore, based upon all of these things, I request that this application be denied.
Okay.
Ready to move forward? Vote?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
The growth just really doesn't justify another store, so I'm sorry, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Out of all the stores, the closest stores, there's only one toward the more extreme distance away from the store seems to be going up, and that started even before 2020. All the rest of the stores seem to be declining. No, they are declining. And one didn't respond, so I guess I just don't see the need for another store at this location, so I'm voting to deny.
Chairman Bradley.
I mean, I think 13 stores within a mile and a half says everything you need to know, in my view. I don't know, I mean, you literally could drive 2-3 minutes in any direction and hit multiple stores, so I don't see how there's any public convenience and advantage to adding another one in this area, plus the sales of the 7 closest show that I'm correct in that they are either all flat or down except for one over the last 4 years. So I don't see any public convenience and advantage. I'm voting to deny.
All right then. We take a brief recess.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a brief recess and then we'll go back to the one that you were here on.
It'll take a month.
All right, we are back on the record after a brief recess. We're going to recall item 2271, GALABYA, Inc. Is there anybody here on item 2271 besides Mr. Springer?
Charles Leonard.
Are you opposition two?
Yes, no, I'm opposition 3.
No, I mean, but you're here on opposition.
Yes.
What?
So the applicant's not here. All right. I think
also this is pretty simple. I mean, there's 28 stores within a radius of 2 miles. There was just one.
I don't think we don't need to hear from you. Thank you.
I'm going to vote to deny.
Mr. Ford?
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. I don't know whether the applicant being here would have even been helpful, given that there are 28 stores within 2 miles. The population is stagnant. So there's no public convenience and advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're done in Albany. The next item, 2182, VSB Wine Shop UW LLC. 2182.
Ready?
Yep.
Good morning, members. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman. With me is Phil Dorn, an associate at our firm, as well as Rakesh Chemarindi, who is one of the principals of the applicant, VSV. This is a wine store application. Not only is it a wine store application, but it is a French wine-only store application. Small store, 600 square foot retail. I'd like to make 2 points, emphasize 2 points from our brief, and then make 1 point in response to the opposition papers that we've received. 2 points I'd like to emphasize from our brief is number one, unique products that are being offered here. VSV has a history of on-premises tavern wine licenses. They're a wine bar. They started in New York City. They have several current active wine bar licenses in New York, including on the Upper West Side, where this location is. It's been open for about 6 years. They're expanding to Washington, D.C., and they specialize in French wine. So there is a proven track record already built in of demand for this concept. Their sales have increased in all their stores, including the Upper West Side store, and they are told by their customers that they would love to be able to buy the unique French wines that are on offer for on-premises consumption by the bottle for off-premises consumption. In fact, there's already been a review online of this store. It hasn't even opened yet, saying can't wait to buy VSV wine bottles by the bottle. So point number one, unique product offerings. Point number two is convenient location. Directly across the street from a local grocery and deli, 1 block away from a larger Gourmet Garage supermarket, 1 block over and 1 avenue over from Lincoln Center. And I know members have expressed skepticism in the past about tourism and how that relates to public convenience and advantage. But I do think here, when you have a specialty French wine only store, that actually will be of interest to Lincoln Center tourists as opposed to a general wine and spirits shop, because our store may very well offer the types of unique products that they may not have in their hometown in wherever they're from, either be it New York, the tri-state area, or Alabama. So that's point number two, is convenient location. The last point I wanted to make, just in response to opposition that we read, is that it seems that the opposition letters boil down to 2 points. One is population, and 2 is saturation. I'd just like to briefly address both of them. On the population point, the data that they have is comparing the 2 most recent decennial censuses that have neighborhood level detail. So we don't have 2020 yet. So they compare 2000 to 2010. I just don't think that's a terribly relevant comparator. I think a more useful piece of information on that is development. And we are 2 blocks away from 200 Amsterdam Avenue, which is the tallest residential building on the upper, I think building at all, on the Upper West Side, just finished construction in 2020, 112 condo units. There's other recent construction in the immediate vicinity of the premises, not to mention the fact that we're in Tower 67, which is a very large residential building. So I do think that's more relevant. And then the other response on the saturation point is, if this was a full liquor store, I think they'd have a decent point on saturation, but it's not. Not only is it wine only, it's French wine only, and I just don't think you could say that there is an oversaturation of stores, especially small stores like this, with a proven track record of demand for French only wine in the area. And just the last quick point on saturation is if you look at Mr. Lynn's map that he provided, yes, you see all the nearby stores, but take a look at Amsterdam Avenue. On Amsterdam Avenue, where we're located, there's not a single off-premises store from 57th Street all the way up to, I'd like to say, 69th or 70th Street. So there is so on that stretch, you could put another store, especially a small store like this. And we'd like you to put right on our license, full board stiff, 100% French wine. This is not just the focus, this is all that we're going to do.
Have your clients visited the stores nearby?
Yes.
Can somebody explain to me what Wall Street wine traders' business model is?
I mean, I don't know if I can say specifically to that store, but which one is that?
That's the closest.
Yeah, the closest store is
no, I'm asking your clients. This is just for my information. I'm not trying to prove a point. I just want to know whether they know what kind of business that store does.
You want to say what about the closest store?
Yes. Can you just remind me the DBA of that store?
It's 67 Liquor Shop.
Yeah, so that's apparently one of the largest wine shops in the neighborhood. They're a 2-story wine shop. Liquor store, in fact, because they carry a full liquor license, and so they sell spirits as well. And then their offering appears to be more global, so they offer wines.
All right, thanks. Is that our screw up or their screw up?
What do you mean? I can't speculate on the numbers. The numbers on
no, what I'm saying is that could be 11 million.
It's 11 million.
Well,
That's what I
I'm
assume.
saying. I can't. The gross sales letters, the way it's punctuated, is accurate based on what we have. I can't speculate if they're doing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or what the denomination they use is. But that is the number that we have reflected.
No, I was assuming this says 11 million.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thanks. All right. You guys
and it also says licensed since 2020.
They purchased it?
An application.
Transfer, so-
Yeah.
so
they,
it's in there.
they may have included numbers from previous sales that are not actually.
Okay, all right. Any questions?
My only point on that is that I think the punctuation.
You don't need to make a point on that. We're good.
Yep.
Does Mr. Lin want to make a
Oh
point?
yeah, no, I'm going to let the opposition go if anybody has any questions. All right, Mr. Lin, go ahead.
No, I would believe that that's 11 million as well.
Okay.
Just a couple of points. First, you have 67 Liquor, which is the second closest store, and you have Acamero, which is 0.3 miles away, one of the more prestigious stores in the city of New York. So between 67 and Acamero and 11 other stores within 0.5 miles, seems as though, and nobody really knows whether those type of items are sold by those stores, but I would imagine that there are French wines that are sold by many of those stores, needless to say Acamero and 67, and they're only 0.3, 0.1 miles away from this store. Secondly, the argument is a little disingenuous when you started talking about the building in that area, and then prior to all of that saying, well, tourism is coming back, tourism does make up a big market, and therefore tourism is what we're keen on. But if it's also tourism, what about the other stores that they have that go online that sell the exact same product? So you're not providing the public with anything different than they already have.
All right.
And I would just,
go ahead. Yeah. I'm sorry.
And then there's also no evidence of any increased demand for alcoholic beverages based upon population or revenue reports. We don't have any evidence, documentation showing the demand of this one product within, not only within the public, but within the public in this area. So, and I think, again, council was correct. Most of the time, the board does not allow or is reluctant to license a store that is, quote, basically for tourism. This is not public convenience and advantage argument for a store that has 13 stores within 0.5 miles and 2 of the biggest stores in the city with the largest variety within the city of New York.
All right. Mr. Bookman, is there another officer?
I'm sorry, Chairman. Mr. Buscemi's here also for argument.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Buscemi.
Yes, so Mr. Lynn stated what I was going to initially state. Looking at 67 Spirits, I'm not specifically representing here this morning, but I have represented, is a tremendous, yes, it's a full liquor license, but it's a tremendous wine store, as we all know, as the world knows, is Appermarrel. You've got 3 stores already on Amsterdam Avenue within 0.4 of a mile of this applicant. I saw a submission by 67 Liquor Shop. He's advised you that the first quarter of 2021, the sales are down 25%, and he's had to dismiss a substantial number of his employees. You have Joan Bartoli, the closest store, 681 feet away. Between 2018 and 2020, their sales have dropped 325,000. C&E, who I'm representing, was purchased in 2019. So there's not a lot of specific data on that, but the predecessor had been 70. We indicated sales for them. 2019 sales of its predecessor have been 70, show sales to be flat. And then we have Pinnacle. That's the only store that shows some type of increase, and that's a nominal increase. When you look at the zip code that this store is in, the population has been decreasing, and unemployment is 13.2%, which is an extremely high unemployment rate, higher than the county unemployment rate of 4.9, and even higher than the unemployment level of the state at 9.6. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Bookman, are either of these guys a sommelier?
Mr. How do you pronounce his last name?
Sebastian Ove.
Mr. Ove is not a certified sommelier, but we did include an article about him where he is essentially self-trained and has been named for himself as a French wine expert.
And are they going to have tastings and stuff or no?
Yes, we will have tasting. Go ahead.
Tastings and education will be a component of the wine shop as well.
Okay.
Ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
Hey, before you vote, may I ask a question?
Yes.
The 3 individuals each on a third, correct?
That's right.
All right, so Rakesh will work 7 days a week. Is he going to keep his gig with Gar Ventures?
Gar Ventures is what they call their overall company.
Holding company.
So they are Gar Ventures.
They are Gar Ventures, okay, all right. So Dilip will devote 10 hours a week, and Sebastian will be on premises 5 to 6 days a week and keep his current gig also, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
No,
They're all-
Rakesh is the one that's keeping the job at United Health.
So Sebastian is keeping his current gig as well.
Right, which is with the company, but
Yeah,
it's Rakesh who is working at United Health.
I'm
and
not
that's
employed. Yeah, I'm no longer employed there.
The jobs that they all are full-time devoted to their venture, which is VSV, and that's what by keeping their jobs, that's what we meant to indicate is that naturally they're going to remain full-time devoted to their venture, which is VSV. They're going to split time at the stores. If there's ever any time that they're not there, they'll have a manager on premises. But with I think with an existing store on the Upper West Side, they're already there. Rakesh lives in the neighborhood. So if the import of your question, Commissioner Ford, is a supervision question, I think there's evidence that the premises will be adequately supervised.
Yeah, this is a very important component of our portfolio, so we will certainly be on premises.
All right, that was my question. How are you going to cover it?
Just regarding to the vote, in the alternative, if this were to be approved, can we get a stipulation on record that it would only be these unique French wines?
Yes.
We've done that before.
So stipulated.
No problem.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All right, then. Commissioner Fan.
While I really respect this business model, I'm judging from the numbers and I just don't see a need for more wine in this neighborhood. The closest store, while they're doing $10 million, carry about 766 French wines in their SKUs right now. Maybe a different location, guys, I'm sorry. I'm vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
The numbers from the other stores around, the closest two are in the millions. And this is such a small store. What is it, like 600 square feet of retail? Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
So,
correct.
yeah, there's efficiency apartments bigger than that. And if it's so stipulated that it's only going to be 100% French wines, I'm going to vote to approve.
That's not what the law says. You can't hold it against the big.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I think there is a public convenience and advantage to adding a store that focuses on what their wine bars focus on, and as long as it's limited to French wines, and that they do have a person with expertise in there as well as tastings, I think I certainly, if I'm looking for French wines, would go there before I would go to a store that's doing over 11 million in sales, just because it would be more convenient because of its size. So I am going to vote to approve as well, with the limitation of the inventories to be 100% French wines.
All right, then, the next item.
Good luck, gentlemen.
2291, Essential Wine and Liquor Corp.
22, say that number again, I'm sorry.
2291, sorry. 2291, Essential Wine and Liquor Corp.
I had a few more cases on, I guess.
Have a seat for a second.
Very well.
Is somebody here for Essential Wine and Liquor? Someone signed in for it.
This was held over to the.
Right, well, come on up, sir. So, sir, are you in opposition to this? Are you in opposition to this application?
No.
Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, your attorney requested that it be held over until the next meeting because he's, apparently when we held it over, there was no objection to the date. Later, they were going to email saying he was out of the country until tonight.
Who's that?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay.
So,
Well, I mean, as long as
your
he's
attorney
fine
let
with
you
it.
know it was held over?
Yes.
Okay, well, come back on September 1st with Mr. Rodriguez, okay?
All right, thank you.
So you're all good with that?
Yeah.
2291 to September
Although we
1st.
probably could have just done it.
So we were just holding it over to see if the closest store is open or closed, right?
Right, but after you did that, Mr. Rodriguez contacted the Secretary's office and said that when he thought the date was good, it actually wasn't good because he's out of country.
Okay.
All right, the next item is 2273, Blue Slip Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Your opposition. You have opposition for this.
Slip, right?
Huh?
All right. All right, hello again, members. Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman. Still with me is Phil Dorn, an associate at our firm. Behind me are the two applicants, Sakshi Katyal and Sona Patel. This is an application for a full-service 50 wine and spirits package store with open format, wide aisles, a wine tasting and education room dedicated just to that service in an extremely growing area of the city, which is Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I'd like to make 2 points from our papers that we submitted that I'd like to emphasize. Point number 1 is just the amount of development going on in Greenpoint. We've submitted a survey, a report from the New York City Controller. It's from, I think, 2017, I'd like to say, 18. A report from the State Controller, best available data that we have, which is gathered from the Census's American Community Survey, which is not the decennial census, but it is is estimates made by the Census Bureau, all pointing in the direction of Greenpoint increasing population. But just putting census numbers aside for a minute, look at what's happened here in terms of zoning. In 2005, the waterfront area of Greenpoint was rezoned to allow for higher density redevelopment of that area. That is in the process of coming to fruition. We are 1 block away from Greenpoint Landing, which is literally a mega development project. Several new apartment buildings being built. It's ultimately going to have 55.
Sorry, Mr.
All righty then, we'll take a brief,
Do we even know if he knows?
No.
He's probably still talking.
we're gonna know because it's gonna be a big blue screen.
Oh, okay, well, that'll help. Maybe.
What do you have to do, shut it all down?
Try to just hit the button by mistake.
Same thing happened to my TV last night. Can you come and fix that? I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Cable went out. I had to go out to the porch and watch the Yankees.
And you were paid off for your diligence. They held on 2 times.
That picture is absolutely freak.
We're still on.
Okay.
Are we back?
Not yet.
All right, Jonathan, if you can hear us. All right, we have, hold on for a second.
We've got the window down there.
We've got you, just our view is a little skewed here. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What I was in the middle of saying was the significant amount of development. I don't know where I got cut off, but I think you heard me talk about the zoning, the rezoning, the new green slip development, green point landing development. I see Commissioner Fan shaking her head, so you've heard that. There's no doubt that this new neighborhood is in the process of coming online, going to bring thousands of new people. I think it's really hard to dispute the development point, and we're only 1 block over from that. The second point that I'd like to emphasize from our papers is the unique products and services that this applicant is going to offer. There's not a significant number of additional stores in the area. The closest store, which is Vine Story, in their opposition papers talks about how they focus on small producers and how other stores do that, have a similar focus. That's not our focus. What we think that this area needs, in addition to what places like Vine Story offers, is a standard full-service 50/50 liquor store with modern finishes, an educational program, classes, tasting, a dedicated room to that. So we do think we distinguish ourselves in that way. I'd also note that the third closest store of Dandelion, which shows significant sales, is a wine-only store. Again, that underscores our point that we're not just offering wine, we're offering a full liquor experience. I don't think I've used all my 5 minutes, but I think that's all I have to say at the moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Bookman, tell me who your clients are.
Yes, Rita Patel and Sona Katyal. Rita is from, is from Manchester, Connecticut. That's where she grew up. She comes from a liquor store family. Her parents had a liquor store for decades in Manchester. She worked there when she was younger. She became a teacher. She had a difficult life experience happen where her husband passed away. She's found a new life partner. She's moved to New York with him. and she'd like to leave her teaching job, which is still in Manchester, and where she's sort of been commuting and staying with her parents, and work in New York and do something that she already knows how to do. Sona is a family friend of hers. He also has family in the liquor store industry. 2 of his sons are on a liquor license. We gave the serial number in our papers. They met. They have similar background in the sense that they have equal family history with liquor stores. He is going to be part of the business, but not the day-to-day person. He will be involved with helping create the concept, the retail experience. He works at Home Depot, and so back of house finance he'll be involved with, but Rita will be the main person who will devote 100% of her efforts to this store.
How do they know each other?
Family friends.
And where are the liquor stores that his family owns?
His family is just his 2 sons. They're on 1 license in New York. I gave you the serial number.
It's in Manhattan?
Where's your son's liquor store?
One is Deer Park here in New York.
Deer Park. It's serial 1273898.
Is there any history? No. And who's the manager?
Rita's going to be there full-time. I think we did put on the application that the applicant may hire managers. We've not hired a manager yet, but she expects to be there full-time.
All right, is there opposition there?
There is.
All right, everybody who's in opposition, please come up to the podium.
Hello. I'm Jennifer Greisick. I'm the general manager of Dandelion Wine, which is a few blocks away from this proposed landing. We are just wine. We did some more numbers. There have been a few applications. I think it's worth noting that on the September 1st docket, you'll also be reviewing a license for a license at One Blue Slip, which is a block away from them. So just something to consider. The fact of the matter is also that while our 2020 numbers were up because of COVID and closures of bars and restaurants did increase our sales, now already, which we also submitted, our sales are down for the first quarter of this year to the point that we've had to lay off employees. And
Your sales were actually, but your sales are actually accelerating before 2020.
Are they down compared to 19? Because they look like they're pretty consistent.
They're about flat, so we're back to 19. Yeah, they're about flat to where our 19 numbers were.
Okay. All right, thank you. Who else is there?
Good morning, sir. My name is Byung-woo Kim. I'm owner of the wine and spirit store, the Wine Story, located on 1071 Manhattan Avenue.
Across the store.
Yeah, just about to cross. We just face each other. I feel like too close. If they apply for another, like a 4 blocks, 5 blocks away from my store, I consider I won't be here today. But it's like facing each other like that. So my store carries all variety names, all sizes of liquor, wine, and more. That will be likely carried in blue slip. I would also like to remain the photo of that few months ago license on Franklin Avenue was too close, possibly natural wine store, which is Dandelion, which I assume was for the similar reason. Therefore, I wish to oppose the application back to court not to grant the blue slip wine because as a retail license. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Bookman, what's the percentage ownership between these two?
We misstated it in the papers.
Yeah, it was misstated, or it was contradictory in the application.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Chairman. What we said in the application is correct. I accidentally, just a typo, flipped it in the papers.
Okay.
Mr. Bookman, one blue slip is open. There are
One blue
residents living.
It's fully built. Are there residents there? Yes.
There are
Yes.
residents there?
And that's 2 buildings, and there's I think 8 more coming online.
Right.
I think the development point is really the response to, I think, both points in
Well,
opposition.
I can't credit future development, but if the building is open now, that's relevant.
It's open now, and I don't think you can credit speculative development, but the rezoning was approved. Construction is underway. This is not just buildings on a PDF. This is buildings that are being built. I do think that respectfully that does make a difference, Commissioner.
And what is the space that you, I'm sorry, the space that you have is in what it's in, what kind of building is it in?
It's not in a high rise. It's a low rise building. It's not in this development. It's only it's one block over. But it's a nice space. I mean, it's modern. It's big. It's not huge, but it allows for a wide open format. I think if you compare that to the photos that you've seen that we've submitted of the other stores, it's not a knock on them, but some of the other stores that offer a little more cramped setting, Vine Story, for example, as their name suggests, even though it's full liquor, they have vines all over the store, literally, that they're more focused on wine. So I do think there is room in the neighborhood, especially given the development, for both types of concepts to work.
All right. Since the closest store is a wine store and I see significant development going on around the area, I'm going to vote to approve.
Just to correct you, the closest store is a liquor store.
Wait.
Dandelion's the wine
Vine
store.
Story. No,
Vine Story is full liquor. They just focus on wine. Dandelion is wine only.
Dandelion is the wine store.
Yeah, but it's still,
Right.
your argument still holds up.
Fair enough. Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
The closest store is about 175 yards away by my calculation. That's about a good 6-iron.
You're a hell of a golfer.
Yeah, well, I've been hacking up a lot of places lately. But, and I'm looking at, but their numbers, yeah, they're going up, but they're not wonderful by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm not sure that I really see that there's a need at this point, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, given the development in the area. I think there is a public convenience and advantage, as well as the sales of at least 2 of the closest stores are going up, even when you drop out the COVID 2020 bounce. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
The next item, 2183, Central Hospitality,
Max Bookman for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest offer for $3,000 negotiated with counsel's office. The allegations and the charges arose from a miscommunication between the licensee and the police who came to investigate the premises. The licensee has since met with the police, long before COVID actually, corrected any misunderstandings that they've had, and we feel that the $3,000 CNC is appropriate.
Is your licensee there or no?
No.
Because I'm kind of interested to know what the misunderstanding is when the police want to come into your business. But.
I mean, we have video that, if we were to go to a hearing, we would use. We didn't want to go to a hearing because we don't think that the charges are actually, we're not here to dispute the charges, but just as a mitigating fact, what the video shows is that there is a conversation between the licensee himself and the police, and there is a misunderstanding of body language where one officer goes past the licensee begins to turn his hand to sort of close the rope. It touches a police officer in the process. and the police officer took that as closing the rope to the additional police officers. The situation escalated, but the licensee, long-term licensee, been around for a while, knows the precinct, went and spoke with them. The issue was resolved long before the pandemic began.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept 3,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to accept 3,000. Not only that, I'm going to say that the first charge should be withdrawn.
I'm going to accept, but I'm keeping the first charge because I've been on the street and I've went with these police officers, and these police officers know the owner of every place on Steinway Street. So I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or intentional, but I'm going to leave it.
Next, item 2324, KPH Inc.
Did you have some words of wisdom, Mr.
I was going
Meyerhoff?
to say, in mitigation of the mitigation, they decided to settle instead of taking that argument to hearing, so.
Okay.
But you guys have already ruled.
23 what, Tom?
2324,
I know that's aggravating, Tom. I'm sorry.
KPH Inc.
My fault.
Good morning, Phil Dorn from the licensee. A standard executive order violation from the beginning of the pandemic. The only reason it took this long to go in front of the members is because my client, who was not my client back when the violation was issued, did not know that they could submit a CNC. So here we are, we submitted a standard 1,500 offer.
I'm going to go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
You know, looking at how long he's been licensed, I was willing to go down 2 as well, but he was given a warning before that. So I'm going to just accept your offer.
Chairman Brad?
Are you supervising this guy, Mr. Bookman?
Depends how he does.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll go down to 1,000 as well.
And yes, I'm supervising him.
He just earned his money today. He saved $500.
The next
Welcome
item.
to the show.
Thank you, nice to meet you all.
Next item is 2300, Crespo Wines and Liquors LLC.
I'm sorry, I was making notes to myself.
2,300. 2,300.
Crespo Wines and Liquors
You should have it like
LLC.
in the deli. It should say number being served.
Yes, we should get that number up there.
I've got a number to flash to all of you.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't.
It's a big one, right?
Good morning, everybody. Bob Romano, here with my client, the licensee, who is Jersom O'Sheep, who is the principal and sole owner of the applicant entity, and he is looking to open up in Dobbs Ferry. I've given you a submission. Mr. O'Sheep would like to say a few words before you vote.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I would like to thank you for being here this morning and the opportunity to be here. I've been waiting for this day for over 9 months, and I'm really excited. The location of my store is perfectly situated in the downtown waterfront business zone at 72 Main Street in Dobbs Ferry, New York. It is literally 3-minute walking distance from the Metro North train station on the corner of a mixed residential building. The public convenience for the location is overwhelming. Many commuters that work in the city and visitors to Dobbs Ferry would benefit from the store being so close on their way home or visiting a friend. In addition, we have a ton of street parking, which makes a quick stop to the store much easier for our customers. Aside from the great location, what will set me apart from the competition will be the products that I will be bringing in. The first thing you will see will be a large selection of high-end whiskeys and whiskeys that are not common in most shops. I will also carry organic wines and some of the top-selling wines. I also have designated a section of the store for free weekly tastings and liquor education for our customers. For me, it's not only about selling liquor, but it's also about giving customers an amazing shopping experience and building relationships with our community. I have named the store after my mother, not because she's a drinker or my biggest fan, but because she is a single mother raising 3 boys in New York, and it was never easy, but she has always done it with a smile and hard work, and has taught me that having a positive outlook in life and hard work can take you places. I also would love the opportunity to give jobs to my brother. It would be a pleasure and a dream come true for this opportunity to be granted the liquor license. Thank you, Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better, and just to point out, this is a very small store, 684 feet, I believe, of retail space.
Is there any opposition there? We did get one protest letter.
Correct, right. And I would like to point out the letter of, Britt, that was it. No protest here.
There's nobody there?
No.
All right, we're ready to vote then? Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
You have a letter of support from Rivertown's Chamber of Commerce, correct?
Yes.
And the closest store, their sales are well over 2 million. Last year, 2020, well over 4.4 million. So, and they're an 1,175 square foot store. Your retail is only what, 800?
It retails at 684.
Yeah, 684 retail, so it's a pretty small store. So I'm going to find public convenience advantage and vote to approve.
Chairman Brett?
I'm going to vote to deny. There's already 3 stores in Dobbs Ferry. It's a small village. And I just don't, the sales of the other stores don't, to me, even in 2020, show an increase in demand. So, other than the closest store, which did do 4 million in 2020. I'm going to vote to deny, though. I don't see any public convenience and advantage.
All right, then the next items, 2219 and 2220, CCW Entertainment LLC.
This is a conditional, Robert Romano for the licensee, a conditional no contest offer in the amount of $5,500 to settle.
So, Tom, what's the number?
19.
It's 2219 and 2220.
Conditional no contest offer of $55,000.
Okay, I'll accept 5,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept.
Chairman Brett?
I'll accept.
Tom, do you have 2285? Did not hear that. There was one from, well,
Did you sign in for it?
2285. That already went.
That was done, that was done already. We called it after 11 o'clock.
I've been sitting here and missed it. All right. How'd they do?
What was it?
2285 in Auburn?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
2280.
they were approved.
We
I mean,
approved.
that was part of the Albany group that we did.
All right, I missed it.
We approved it, right?
Yes. It was approved.
I oppose.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
All right, next item, 2333A, District LLC.
Good afternoon, Ravi Sharma, 22 Broadway for District LLC, principal of the licensee here as well. So this is a request for change of method of operation.
Hold on one second.
Can I ask you something? 'Cause maybe I missed something, I'm not quite sure. It wouldn't be the first time. But the community board committee recorded approval, correct?
Correct.
What about the full board?
Sorry?
Was there ever approval by the full board?
That's what the full board of the community board?
Yes,
Is that
the
what-
community board, yes.
Yes, the community board, full board, the letters that were sent to the SLA reflect the full board of the community board's approval of the methods that are sought in this application.
See the approval of support from Senator Salazar.
So my concern is, I've been to this place during COVID. And you're licensed as a restaurant. And when I was there was no food. And it didn't look like there was any place, were you with me that night? Didn't look like there was any place to make food. Am I wrong in saying that? Is there a kitchen?
There is a full kitchen. Yes.
Yeah. And we have.
It's a full kitchen, a full restaurant.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote then.
Certainly
Not advertised as such.
I'm sorry, I misread this.
No, it's a
It is,
club.
yes.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a club, but they're licensed as a restaurant, that's why they ended up getting shut, because there was no food.
So what do you want?
One of the reasons. Well, I mean, I think maybe they didn't have food because of COVID.
That's right. That's correct.
I never looked to see if there was a kitchen. If he tells me there's a kitchen, I believe him. No.
But this is an event space.
No, it's more, it's a late night place. The police actually don't, I talked to the police, they don't really have a problem with it.
Okay, so you're okay with
Yeah.
it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll vote to approve then.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve, security guards as needed, and then everything else they ask for. I mean, this is all going on already, that's the problem.
I know.
All right, yeah, so it's approved, just, I'm gonna put on there security guards as needed, so you're not required to have them if it's like a Monday night and nobody's there.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 2290, RONKON Petroleum Corp.
I don't have a problem with this. 2290.
Go ahead, you can just say that. Good, can you put your name on the record?
Okay, Patrick DeLuca for RONKON Petroleum Corp. My client, Karlinder Singh, Mr. Kumar was not able to attend. He had to go back to India. His mom passed away. I don't know if that.
Yeah.
You have a problem?
No.
All right, we're ready to vote.
I'm going to vote to approve, Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford,
This is my oh, what the heck one for today, so I'm voting to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
And Mr. DeLuca, I'm gonna suggest you go outside and speak to your client, because I'm not gonna forget him or you. And he has a problem with previous places that he's had availing licenses. And if he gets caught doing that again, he's going to lose all of his businesses.
Can I address that, sir?
No, you can go out and address it with him, because you already got your license approved.
Yeah, this is Karlinder Singh.
Well, he has his own problems that you also have to talk to him about. I'm just saying that at some point, if these problems continue, there will be a revocation which would lead to them losing all of their businesses that are licensed. You understand me?
I do, but, yeah, I do.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well.
Make a condition of approval that we get the certificate of disposition of relief for the arrests.
Yes.
Mr. Jamel, Mr. Singh?
Hold on for a second, Mr. DeLuca.
The arrests were his partner, not
Who?
Yeah, but we still need to, he's still on the license. It's a felony, right?
No.
Mr. Janelle. I'm sorry. He's not there.
That's not even part of the application.
No, the guy got arrested for labor.
Yeah, but that's someone else, is another partner on another license.
Oh, he wasn't
That's
on
not
this
part
one.
of
Okay, I got it.
No, the gentleman who's applying now
It was his partner.
was partners with the person whose felony arrests led to the cancellation of the prior license.
Got it. Okay, so we don't need anything. All right, you're approved, no condition. Good luck.
Thank you.
Look.
Next item, 2286, Auburndale Wine Corp.
Oh, you hear problem?
That's another guy. It's Chester. Oh, because he comes up. Should see the email. Unbelievable. 100% of the time, it's not up.
Right.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the applicant, Auburndale. With me today is Quinn Zhang, the principal of the applicant. This is for a liquor store located at 202-1640 Fifth Avenue in Bayside, Queens. It's right off Northern Boulevard, which is New York State Route 25A. It's the main thoroughfare running 73 miles from the MIDTOWN tunnel to into Suffolk County. The store is a 1,600 square foot store with 900 square feet of retail space. Two of the existing closest stores also have 900 square feet of retail space, and the other two retail stores, one has 1,300 and one has 1,500 square feet of retail space. The area is in zip code 11361, which is a densely populated area of over 27,000 people. The zip code is the 239th out of 1,752 zip codes in the state as far as population density. You have a median age of 41, and the Asian community makes up the second largest ethnic group in the area. Ms. Zhang, the principal, has ample experience. She's owned the store. She owned S&I Liquor in Yonkers until 2020. She intends on devoting her full time to this business. When we look at the map of the existing liquor stores, you see that you have two stores on Bell Boulevard. Those two stores are quite a bit closer to each other than they are to the applicant. Then you have one store on Northern Boulevard and one store on Francis Lewis Boulevard. So all these stores are located on main thoroughfares. When we look at the sales data on these stores, Northern Wines showed increasing sales except for 2019. We have Francis Wine and Spirits, again, increasing sales except for 2019. We have Sky Spirits, again, increasing sales except for 2019. I also want to point out that Sky Spirits is located on Bell Boulevard, and it's reporting sales of about $250,000. Normally, Bell Boulevard is a pretty expensive boulevard to have a retail store in. How that store can survive doing that kind of number, I do not know. New Golden, I also want to point out, New Golden Wine and Liquor, located on Bell Boulevard. Your data indicates that the location's been licensed from 2017. However, that store moved. The location used to be directly across the street on Bell Boulevard. That store started in the, I believe, the early 1980s and moved to the location that it's in now. Now, the location it was initially in, I don't know whether it's the same owner, but the location that the business was initially in was a bit larger, substantially larger location than where the store is now. I think what's happened as far as sales, the slight dip in sales from 2017 when it moved to a little smaller location or a bit smaller location, I think, that is the reason for the sales going down there. However, in 2020, sales are all over $1 million, well over $1 million each year. The applicant, Ms. Zhang, did take a look at these existing stores. Northern Wine and Liquors and Francis Wine and Liquors show a lot of empty shelf space. They're facing the shelf space with single products, the same product multiple times across shelf space. And these stores, as we said, there's a tremendous Asian population here. These stores have a more limited product line for Asian products than the applicant will be carrying. We provided you with information on the type of products that will be carrying and in much more substantial quantities that are being carried by the existing stores. The applicant has to do her own shopping for certain Asian products over in College Point at Tiger Wine and Liquors because she can't find, she's located in Flushing. Her original store was located in Yonkers. She sold that because of the distance problems. She's 5 minutes from where this location is in Bayside. So she is familiar with the area. And as I said, to find what she needs, many times she's going over to College Point. She believes that this will serve public convenience and advantage by the product line she's carrying. I saw one demographic that even had the Asian population as the #1 population behind whites. So it's either the first or second largest ethnic group in that zip code. And we don't believe they're being catered to properly. When you look at the map that I provided to you, I think you can see that the stores are well spread out away from the applicant. The closest store by your own indications is 6/10. You got 6/10 of a mile, 7/10, 7/10, and 8/10 of a mile from the applicant.
May I ask you why her license, she just surrendered the last one earlier this year. Why didn't you just do a transfer?
You mean a business was sold?
Removal, yes, yes, removal, yes.
That was in 2020, Commissioner, I believe. I think it was in 2020, and that was sold at like the end of 2020.
Okay.
So that's the reason.
On the license.
I'm sorry?
The principals on that license versus a sole pro, so.
Okay, all right.
Do any of her family members own liquor stores?
She's single.
Mother, father?
Mother, father own liquor store? No.
Why did she get rid of the other store?
It was based in Yonkers, and the applicant, Ms. Zhang, resides in Flushing. So it's just got to be a little too much to commute.
So it was too far to drive to Yonkers to run her store there? Was she living in Yonkers before?
No, I living in Flushing.
She said no.
So when you applied, you were living in Flushing and applied for a store in Yonkers, and at that time, the commute was okay?
Yeah, at that time, because I have a husband, but after my husband died, and right now I want to spend more time with my kids. And my parents get old, so I want to more close.
Yeah, Ms. Zhang's husband passed away.
So what'd you do with the other license?
She sold the business.
How long did they have that, Anna?
This is 2012, 2021.
So 8 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, and circumstances dictated that she just couldn't make that kind of commute anymore.
All right, is there any opposition there?
Yes, there is.
Just a couple. Yep.
Most of them are Asian.
Good afternoon, Howard Levine for Expectants, New Golden. Liquor. Public convenience and advantage will not be served by opening up a new store in this area. There are already 8 stores within quarters of a mile, more than a dozen within 1 mile. Very specifically, the population of this area is declining. In 2010, there was 29,406. I'm sorry, 2010 it went down to 28,606. 2019 projected 27,201. So in the last 20 years, it's gone down from 29,000 to 27,000. We also know that one of the effects of the pandemic is urban to suburban flight. We expect 2020 census, which will probably be conducted in 2022, will show an even marked decline. This is also a driving community. Although it is within the confines of New York City, there is not a subway station on every corner, and almost 70% of the residents either drive or walk to work. There is no major construction in the area that has been completed and is open for occupancy, nor is there any major construction in the area that is even had its shovels in the ground. The gross sales of the 4 stores are flat or declining. New Golden has declined year over year from 2017. Northern Wine has declined year over year from 2018. Sky Liquor is flat, and Francis is flat as well. Package stores have experienced increased costs of goods, slower delivery, and limited sales.
and I'm advised that one surprising effect of the pandemic is that there's an increase in shoplifting because people are wearing masks and they can't occlude their faces. The public is adequately served by the 8 stores within 3/4 of a mile. I've detailed in my supplemental submission all of the Asian product specifically. The statement that there's limited product is absolutely untrue. I have the owner of Northern here as well, the owner of New Golden here as well as Sky Liquor. They can speak to that personally. They also are dedicated to other international product as well as domestic product and specifically supporting the New York State economy with New York State wines and spirits. Pre-pandemic, there was robust wine tasting and education with the inclusion of written materials that were given to the public. Obviously, the pandemic caused that all to cease, but it is starting up again. And to the extent that the population is declining, the sales are flat, and there are so many stores in this area, it does not meet public convenience and advantage to issue yet another license. There was also a license on 188th Street that was denied less than a year ago. And if we have just one moment left, I'd like you to hear just from the stores specifically on the issue of the variety of Asian product that they offer, because that's what the applicant focused on.
Hi, my name is Shao Kenny. I'm the owner of Salt Liquor and Wine on 1910 Northern Boulevard. Our store has a huge selection of wine from all over the world. We have wine from Japan, Korea, and New Zealand, Chile, Spain, Italian, French, and most importantly, we've been carrying a lot of New York wines, including Long Island as well. And yeah, I don't think there's a need for another store nearby. It does not benefit the community. And we have wine tasting.
How many SKUs of Asian products does your store have approximately?
We have about 30 to 40% of Asian wine.
30 to 40 different ones, or 30 or 40%?
Percent.
30
Yeah, we have,
to 40. Hold on. 30 to 40% of your wines that you sell are made up of Asian wines.
Oh, not wine, sorry, spirit.
Wine and spirits.
Sake, soju.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're,
Thank you.
And you own which store again?
Salt Liquor on Northern, 1907.
Okay, that's not one of the okay.
How are you doing, Commissioner? So I'm representing Northern Wine and Liquor, which is the closest one. So as you see, the other owner, all the owners around this new applicant is heavily Asian descent, such as myself. I'm Chinese descent. There's no reason that we are not serving the community for the Asian products. We have all the Asian products, and you're also wrong. They're heavily ethnically Greek, that you did not even mention. We have a large selection of Greek wine and Greek spirits. We are right across the street from St. Nicholas, not only serving the Asians, we're serving Americans, the Greek American. We're serving the whole entire community. I just want you to know that we have Chinese rice wine baijiu, we have soju, we have sake, we have shochu. We have literally 80 SKUs of all the Asian wine and spirits. And also the population is old school American, Greeks, and it's single family. And townhouse, there are new high rises. The population is declining and the sales are declining regardless of COVID, before COVID or after COVID. So at this point, I don't think there's a need for a new license. Thank you.
Can I wait, one question? Approximately how many SKUs do you have of Asian products?
About 80 to 100.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Next, is there anybody else? Is that it?
That's it for the applicant.
Who's the guy in the back behind them standing up?
Well, that's my employee.
That's the employee.
Oh, okay. All right, any questions?
No.
All right.
Ready to vote then?
Yes.
Yeah, all the closest store are doing declining numbers, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I think she's obviously a qualified owner, but I just don't see the need here, so I'm voting to deny as well. I'm sorry.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, once again, this is an area that there appears to be a dozen stores within a 12-minute walk, or a 2 to 3 minute drive. And as these gentlemen said, all the protesters are Asian, or of Asian descent, so I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't be selling Asian products if they were wanted. And based on their testimony, it's clear that they are selling them. So I'm going to vote to deny as well. I don't see any public convenience and advantage.
All right, then the next item, 2283, Wine O Inc.
Can we take 2 minutes?
All right, we're going to take a recess. I'm going to wait till Mr. Callaghan. It's up to the podium, and now I'm going to call.
I'll remember this.
You can stay there. The podium is yours.
Thanks.
You're muted. are back on the record. This is item 2283, line OE.
I wish they would just call earlier, it would be helpful.
Well,
Because then we would be able to fix it quicker.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan on behalf of the licensee. Adam Gill, the current full-time manager of the premises. Exhibit B in my submissions was a personal questionnaire and disclosure on Adam. If you have any questions, direct them directly to Adam. Additionally, have Patricia.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you need the beginning, Mr. Chairman?
No, we hear you, go ahead.
Wait, who's
All right,
Adam?
no, I'm doing it.
Adam is
No.
the manager?
Adam is the manager. Patricia Kirkland was with this business when it first opened. Jean Baptiste Humbert is traveling in Europe, France, with his children, who are Patricia Kirkland's children. So we didn't want to summon him back for this full board, so they're all here to assist you. Again,
Wait, sorry, Patricia is,
the ex of Jean Baptiste Humbert, who's traveling with his children to visit the grandparents in France.
and Frederick is on the license and he's in France?
That's the grandfather who lives in France full-time. He's a silent partner. He has no active role in the operation.
Got it.
All right? So his son is visiting his parents with the grandchildren. And therefore, I figured I'd bring the Army.
Hold on 1 second. Would anybody have a problem?
No,
I don't either.
no. Save some time here.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote.
All right, then, Commissioner Fan,
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Brett.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your week.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right, the next, actually, two items are related, 2288 and 2289. The applicant in both is Compass Group USA, Inc.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Lindsay Farina from Steen Law Firm representing Compass Group. The issue that we're here to discuss today was an inaccuracy between 500-foot questionnaires and the submitted caterers establishment applications for these two Compass Group locations. Both of these applications were submitted at the same time for Compass Group at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, but for two different floors within that same building. The discrepancy on the 500-foot questionnaire was actually a typographical error made by our paralegal staff. What happened was they transposed the occupant between the two locations.
So you know, I've been doing this long enough to know that your firm is here quite often. And you have what I would deem to be very large clients. And
Right.
I find it completely unacceptable that that's the type of work that's coming out of your office. I gotta be honest, this would not be here other than that error. It would have been
Correct.
approved already. And we continue to occasionally, I don't wanna say regularly, or should I say regularly,
Too often.
Frequent enough where it's a concern.
that there is errors being made on huge clients that I know people are getting huge fees for to provide work for them. And it's creating more work for us, and we obviously don't have the resources to spend spend time on work that we shouldn't be doing, particularly during a time when our budgets are getting crunched for obvious reasons, because of the pandemic or whatever. So I wish you would take that message back to your firm, that it's being noticed by us. And going forward, they're gonna be called out on it. I'm gonna approve both licenses.
Commissioner Fan,
I will approve as well.
both of them.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Ford.
I approve both of them as well.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I will pass your message on, and we apologize for the error.
Next is 2276, KISS Entertainment, Inc. Go with the support steps.
But that's really
2276,
Well, that's why, it's not like a single practitioner, no.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palolo, how are you?
Good.
It's an application for an on-premises liquor license in a location which we are aware was a very troubled location, obviously.
Yeah.
Prior ownership, prior management, paid no, my understanding paid, I'm not representative, but paid no heed to the law, liquor authority, the police, or anyone. This is not that operator.
How do you find this place?
It was listed, there was a for rent sign. There was a for rent sign on the building and I called the realtor.
Are you Mr. Chitrum?
I am.
Where do you live?
I live in Holliswood, Queens.
We have a letter stating that you're not the true owner of the premises. Where would they get that from?
I don't know. I don't know who the concerned citizens of Richmond Hill are. It's an unsigned letter. It's an unsigned letter. And it seems to be very, very knowledgeable. Whoever wrote that letter had a lot of first-hand information about that licensee.
Yeah.
Ozzy Nightclub. A very suspect letter.
I don't know if it is suspect. Mozzie Nightclub, I had a lot of information about them as well. Does that make me suspect? The reason I had a lot of information is because of what a problem it was. So if those people live in that area, I believe they probably had a lot more than I did.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, we appeared before the community board twice. Community board posted both meetings where people in the community had the opportunity to appear. And while I recognize, Mr. Chairman, that you were familiar with Mozzie, were you quite as familiar with the license history as outlined in that letter?
No, but I could imagine someone that lived around the corner was.
I think someone should speak up at the community board.
Well, I can think of several reasons why someone might not speak up at community boards when they're opposing a nightclub.
For the record, as the person who defended the Article 78 proceeding brought on that property, all those facts were publicly stated in the litigation papers. But I guess one question that I think the board would want to know is whether your client knows Michael Kishore. Do you know who Michael Kishore is?
No, I don't know who that is.
No connection with him or anybody who works with him or for him?
No, I don't.
May I ask who is Michael Kishore? I don't know who he is.
He is a person who was presumably the party behind Mozzie Nightclub and the prior place in that location.
And this
His name is mentioned in that letter.
And the one thing that will occur is that because of the history here, should this license be granted, there's going to be people checking to make sure that you don't know Mr. Kishore. So if it comes to find out that Mr. Kishore is there and buddy-buddy with you, we will shut you down the next day, and we've done it before.
100%.
I should also take this, Mr. Chairman, if you're done, I apologize.
Yeah, I am.
I want to just take this opportunity to mention that although these premises are zoned for and CO'd for the use that it is, which is a nightclub, this is also going to be, I mean, Rick's experience is largely food. Rick has been catering weddings for the last 3 years at his current restaurant, and what he does is cooks all the food for the guests and then makes various suggestions as to banquet halls, and the people take his food to the banquet halls. These premises give us the opportunity to actually do weddings as well as nightlife entertainment. This is something that he's wanted to do for a while. It's a perfect location for that.
I want to ask him a couple more questions. So did you ask him about Bahani Kishore?
That's the same.
I know, but do you know Bahani Kishore? I want him to say no on the record.
Oh, no, I don't. No.
Do you know Michael Kishore?
No, I don't.
Sharon Kisham?
I don't know that person.
Sharon Kisham Frederick?
No, I don't know that person.
She got married. Sharon Frederick?
No. I
So
don't.
you never met any of these people?
Never met them.
And I'm not going to go on social media and see that they're friends on Facebook or that they're following you on Instagram.
No, definitely not. I don't have Instagram, but no.
I presume prior to the meeting, Mr. Chairman, you've probably already done that.
Yes, I did.
Not like you not to.
Hey.
All right.
And to his credit,
Review the truth
Yes.
about jobs.
he has no history at the other OP either.
So what is he trying to do? So he's trying to do, this is a nightclub? Or this is a catering what is it?
Yes. This is a large facility with a tremendous rent that we plan to use all the time, as opposed to what the prior operation did, which was just nightlife. We are planning to do weddings. We have a heavy menu. We're planning to do off-premises catering as well as daytime food. We want to be able to use the premises to its full capacity, not just a nightclub. There will be nighttime entertainment, without question.
Would it be adult
But we want to be able to
entertainment?
take every opportunity we can.
Adult entertainment at night?
No, sir. You want to answer? You answer that.
No adult entertainment.
All right. You got all the right answers there, Mr. Chichram. All right.
So this
I mean,
is
I
a
might
huge
go-
shift, this is a huge shift from your prior business plan. Is that right?
I do the same thing. I have a bar, restaurant, lounge already. My first license was over 14 years ago.
And the only real distinction is dancing. So he has a DJ also at the other location.
You indicated on your method of operation that you're only going to close 2 to 3 times a year for private events. Is that accurate?
It might be more than that. Yeah, we did that application, I think, Adam, you could correct me, a year ago. I think it may be more. I think that we will be closing, but the premises is big enough that we can still do a wedding and still remain open.
You're gonna do a wedding?
Ready to vote then?
Yeah.
I don't know. 2 a.m.
Commissioner Fan, whenever you're ready.
I'm gonna vote to approve until 2 a.m.
Commissioner Ford.
2 a.m. is a killer for us. The community board's approved that this is not a residential neighborhood. I've been there.
Doesn't, yeah, but in her defense, and I was gonna do the same thing, based on what's gone on here in the past, it's perfectly appropriate. I don't care if no one lives there. This
Mr. Chairman.
Mazzy nightclub was a nightmare, and I would not be giving him this license if I thought I legally didn't have to. I will tell you that based on what was going on here before.
We should not have to pay for the sins of the prior people. We have no relationship with them.
Well, then prove it. Go ahead, go
Yes,
do
well,
the job, tell them to do the job for a year and come back, but I don't disagree with 2 a.m. at all.
I thought we'd say 6 months.
I said a year.
All right, Commissioner Ford, we have an approval with the 2 a.m. closing with Commissioner Fan.
Well, I was going to vote to approve, but I guess 2 a.m. it is for a year.
And
Approved, 2 a.m. shut.
See you at the end of next summer.
Okay.
2 a.m. to stop serving.
No.
See
Well,
you
you
again.
can do that. I'm at shut at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
all right, so Commissioner Fan and Chairman Bradley, you're closing 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can we at least have a half an hour to vacate the premises?
Hold on for a second. Are we making the 1 year a condition of this, or just a?
No, he can come back in a year. I've said it. I'm not gonna, the next person would, at least he can come in and say it if I'm not here.
No, I'm just, are we saying as a condition you have to wait a year? Or
No, he can do it whenever he wants, but I'm saying a year. I don't know what they're saying.
All right.
He can do it
And
tomorrow. but-
Commissioner Ford, you're going with 2 a.m. stop service?
I'm with 2 a.m. stop serving.
All right.
Just to give us the opportunity to empty the place.
No, but I'm at 2 a.m. close and so is she, so.
Thank you.
All right then. The next
Thank you.
item,
But you're approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
2281, La Cabana Catracha
Serve
Court.
food between 2 and 4 a.m.
Yeah.
apparently. And hold those 4 a.m. weddings.
No, that's why they love the place, because it's not near anybody else.
2281, everybody.
Well, every time I vote, they tell me, well, you just really screwed them.
Go ahead.
How it works.
Good afternoon. Mr. Rodriguez for la Cabaña Catracha. Good afternoon, Commissioner, members of the board. Ms. Galdames is here beside me. This is an application for an OP at 129 South Main Street in Freeport. Ms. Galdames has been operating the restaurant for about 2 years. We recently received the retail temporary and been operating for about 3 months, I believe, without incident. And we're here looking for the approval for the main application.
What is the occupancy of this place?
12.
12.
12.
I just want to know if that was a typo or not. 12.
12.
I'm laughing because it's a place with an occupancy of 12, yet we've revoked 2 licenses here.
Wow. Wow. Jeez.
I mean, that must have been some crazy dozen people that were gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Selected very carefully to cause the most trouble.
Yeah, but we don't have any protests.
Well, his hours. So what is this, a restaurant?
30.
It is a restaurant.
What kind of food?
Central American.
And he's open right now?
Yes, she is.
She is, I mean? And how long has she been open?
It's been operating for at least 2 years. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 years.
Wow. And you had a temp for, did you say 2 or 3 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Public assembly license has been issued. We have it already.
All right.
It was sales to minors, sell to minors.
Oh, okay.
So.
They wasn't OPs? What were they, off premise?
Yeah, no, they were on premise.
Oh, okay. All right, I think we're ready.
All right, Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to do 11 p.m. across the board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll approve to 11 p.m. across the board.
Chairman Brasser.
I'll approve 11 p.m.
We close at 9 p.m. So.
You can close whenever you want. We just let her stay open until 11.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have a good one.
Next item, 2301, Brooklyn Ave Wines and Liquors, LLC.
Good afternoon. Michael James appearing for the applicant, Brooklyn Ave Wines and Liquor LLC, located at 3602 Clarendon Road. With me is Disley St. Jean, who is the principal of the applicant who is operating the store. As you may know, this store has been licensed since 2015. The reason why it wasn't a transfer because the prior licensee has just vanished. The landlord had no indication of where he went. We don't have any indication of where he went. So we couldn't do a transfer at all.
But so before you, because I think we legally cannot put a store here.
Yeah, I have a report, by the way, from our investigator, that they made 2 calls to the licensee, couldn't reach them, so we don't have any further information, but there's still an existing license.
What we have is, I get that you couldn't do a transfer, but the license itself still exists at this address. And we have it, is it in safekeeping?
It's in safekeeping with a note that the licensee is looking for another location.
So we can't license 2 addresses at the same time. We're not legally allowed to do that.
It's in safekeeping until March.
Yes, so I did see that it was in safekeeping prior to hearing. We actually submitted a letter in January from the landlord asking for the abandonment proceedings to be commenced. We did not get anything back on whether or not that wasn't going to be commenced. And this is the first time we actually get an indication that the licensee, the prior licensee is actually looking for a new place.
Current licensee. Well, it doesn't, I mean, the bottom line is whatever he's doing is not really a concern to me. My concern is that the license, even though it's in safekeeping, is at this address and we can't put another one there until that one is gone. Now, maybe he's abandoned it and over a period of time, we would, if the landlord says he's abandoned it and he's not going to open, or when do we throw him out of, when do we throw it out of safekeeping?
Well, then we have that issue, but.
COVID.
Yeah.
So anybody not operational down there, let's not put safety.
But this one's already in.
So, I mean, he's at least, we're not going to be able to put a licensed establishment in there until this is all cleared up, and you're going to have to clear that up.
I will. And if My suggestion, my request is to put it over so I can clear that up. I've been trying to reach out to him this past week. I have not gotten to him. The landlord is a little concerned with giving me his phone number. He does not have an email address. I'm not sure what he's doing. It just seems odd that he would abandon a store, give up a store with relatively good rent and already constructed. It just doesn't make sense. So I would just like an opportunity to reach out to him and actually ask him what exactly he's doing.
We can hold it over to 9/1.
Here's the concern. So we did get the letter from the landlord. We sent a notice to the licensee what's going on. That is probably what prompted the licensee to bring the license to us and put it in safekeeping with a note that he's looking for another location. What we don't know, and with due respect to you, you're just communicating what the landlord told you. There could be some kind of squabble between them that hasn't yet been resolved, and he's just looking to rent it out from under him. We don't know that one way or the other, and we won't. So we need to try to get in touch with the licensee. I don't know whether that will happen within 2 weeks. We've already tried. If he's completely gone and not responding to us,
We can
then maybe
abandon.
we can
How long has he been in
take some
safekeeping?
action. March.
Yeah, so Mr. James is here, we did send an abandonment notice dated March 5th of this year, and then less than 2 weeks later, the license was put into safekeeping. So with the letter that council referenced, that they were gonna look for another location.
So we'll send him a letter to the same address, telling him that if he doesn't,
apply, then he's
if he doesn't surface and tell us what he's doing, that we may have to deem it abandoned. But I don't know that.
It's not 2 weeks, though, you're right. So
Can I, why don't we send it back to licensing until this is sorted out, and then when it's ready, we go back on the full board calendar?
Great.
And if in the meantime, Mr. James, you get in contact with that licensee and they're willing to negotiate a deal or something along those lines, please get in touch with us.
I will.
And I'll send it back to licensing, but I don't want licensing holding it for like 3 months. So when you hit a brick wall, then send it back to us, and this just has to get denied.
Sure.
Or we abandon the other place, one or the other.
Yeah, but I think the fact that he responded to our prior notice
Means he'll
is helpful.
respond, yeah.
Yes.
Because we'll
All right,
send
send it
another
back to
notice
licensing.
saying, we will try to sort this out.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
$22.50, Future Il Gennaro Shag LLC.
Good afternoon, Frank. Will us know for compromise before you?
Commissioner Fan, you ready?
2250.
The barrel test, Tom.
I'll take it, 1,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm countering at 1,500 to be consistent.
No, you did the same thing. Go ahead. 1,500. And that's what Commissioner Fan had, and I had something different, and she read mine.
So we're at 1,000?
No, she's 1,500 too. 3 1,500s.
Thank you, see you next time.
Thank you.
2216, Felix Green Street, Soho LLC. 2216.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of Felix Green Street Soho LLC. I have with me my client Matt Moynihan, one of the principals of the application. So reconsideration before you.
Yeah, and I don't need you to go, unless you guys need to go through the whole thing. I still have a concern about the lease.
So if I may, Mr. Levy sent me an email, which forwards an email from, is it the landlord or the landlord's counsel?
Landlord. From the landlord.
From the landlord saying, he said, I can forward this all to you and we can put it in the record, but just for the record it says, I'm at the State Liquor Authority, they are requesting clarification of the amendment to the lease. Can you confirm that the rent is flat 10%? The drafting of the document is not as concise as it could have been. If you can confirm this email, we can show them your response. The response I have from a Sonia Ruddy at slgreen.com is confirmed. So
then the
And again,
clause that says 10% over $1 million means nothing.
it says 10% under $1 million and 10% over $1 million.
the rationale, although this is bizarre, the rationale is to keep the structure of their waterfall format of their forms, because originally the lease was a certain percentage up until a certain threshold, and then a much bigger percentage beyond that. They wanted to keep the structure, even though it doesn't really make sense when you read it through that way.
They've also substantially reduced the rent. Or they have higher expectations of what the receipts are gonna be.
Okay.
Because they went from,
Did your representative explain to you initially why the percentages that you had proposed for the lease were problematic?
Can you say that again, Adam? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did your representative explain to you why the percentage lease clauses that you initially applied for were problematic?
Well, I asked actually for a rent reduction by about half because we opened in August of 2020, right in the middle of COVID, and it was really an uphill battle from there. And so this happened months ago. I asked for this, my first request was in February or March, and they gave me the rent reduction just to keep us going because we are actually an amenity for the building. We're a highly marketable coffee company that tenants enjoy, the neighborhood enjoys. And I think there's an added benefit for their tenants as well as the community. So they kind of gave us a little bit more breathing room to operate. That was the main objective.
Okay, but initially when it came before the board and the rent percentage is technically between 26 and 33%, did your representative explain to you that that was problematic at the time of application?
I only found out about that a few weeks ago, actually.
Well, we've discussed originally that they would have to potentially be on the application if it was a bigger percentage.
We tried to get them to do that, but the bureaucracy of this public company, it was very difficult to get that done. We tried.
All right. All right.
And for what it's worth, I have one more piece of information here. I know with request to the other reason that this application was originally denied with the issue with the community board with the other location. Again, as we mentioned, this community is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the hotel anymore.
I read that, and that to me doesn't matter. He owns a big enough percentage that he should, at a minimum, be aware of complaints like this. But
100%.
we're gonna take care of that on our side. So we're gonna send people there, and if that's the case, it's gonna get very expensive.
And just for what it's worth, as I mentioned, he did actually speak to the operators of the hotel to make sure that things were being done in compliance. I've recently received an email from the NYPD, which I'm happy to forward along. It came in after the deadline, so I didn't do it earlier. I can read it into the record or I can paraphrase for you. But ultimately, they stated that there have been no 311, 911, or other types of complaints to any of their outlets so far in 2021. So hopefully,
and I don't know, I haven't looked at the Hotel Hugo's license, but part of the allegations are that they're using an outside area during periods of time that they're not allowed to use it. And if that's the case, they're probably going to get some serious violations as a result. So take that as you will. But I think we're ready to vote, provided that we'll make the condition.
You close at 10 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, I'm going.
On the request for reconsideration.
Yes, I'm going to vote to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Brown?
I will as well.
All right, on the application itself then.
I'm going to vote to approve recorded music only, 10 p.m. across the board, 20 catering events a year, and bathroom waiver is all right with me.
Commissioner Ford?
So you said 10 p.m. across the board.
Recorded music only, 20 catering events, and bathroom waiver.
I'll approve as well on the same conditions.
Chairman Brown?
I will as well, under the same conditions, and a condition on the fact that the lease is 10% of total revenue to the landlord.
Thank you.
All right, the next item.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day. Adam, can you email Joe and tell him to go to that hotel? And tell him to check the outside against the license.
Next item is 2280, Uno Brooklyn LLC.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of Uno Brooklyn LLC. I was not the attorney who filed this original application. The applicant switched attorneys post-filing. My firm actually went back to the community board with an amended plan for proposed changes, whereby we withdrew the request for DJ and live music and just requested the extended hours of operation, to which the community board did approve. Those stipulations were sent to the authority, so I believe this is on the calendar because there was a community board disapproval here, but that has since been overturned in light of the fact that we withdrew the live music and DJ. But again, I was not the original attorney of record, so I apologize for any confusion.
We never got, I mean, the representation is made that the community board approved the hours, but we never got anything in writing, did we, from the community board?
Mr. Lee, did you say anything supplemental to that? The records that we have are just that the matter was postponed by the community board, not that anything was agreed upon.
No, so we have a signed stip with the community board. I just found out that the prior council was not handling this today. That's why I'm here, because I was here anyway. I didn't even know about it.
Do you have that? Do you have that?
Yeah, I have it here.
All right, so can you drop that off with, who's over there?
Jonathan.
Jonathan on your way out, can you get a copy of that?
This is a copy, so I'll just give it to John.
And then what are the hours that they approved?
I believe it was, I'll tell you right now, I've got my notes here.
I'm confused. So can you just read that document into the record, Levy?
Yeah, he can do that.
Well, so the way Brooklyn Community Board 1 does it is it's basically the whole community board application, and the last page is the stipulation form that's signed and notarized. So
Okay,
it's
and
like,
what are the hours on there?
so I'll go through that. So the hours of operation on here, the only difference was an extension on Friday and Saturday nights till 2 a.m.
And then 12 a.m. the other nights, as usual.
And it's, it's 1 a.m. Monday
you're
through
right.
Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. Sunday.
Okay.
For the indoor or the outdoor?
For the operation, the outdoor is 11 p.m. across the board, except for Friday and Saturday is 12 a.m.
Okay.
So that would be giving them an additional hour outside from what they're licensed for now.
Okay.
And an additional hour inside?
And existing music situation is recorded music only?
Correct.
And they didn't?
And they didn't change that, right?
No.
There are no other changes, right?
Correct.
The hours. And then there are problems with the brunch during the date.
Yeah, just for the record, I assume you're now representing this client.
Yes.
The representation was made that there were no complaints. We actually had an uninvestigated complaint that came in that your client may not know about from a neighbor claiming that there's noise every Saturday and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. associated with brunch, music, intoxicated people, just a loud and raucous crowd. That complaint was made in April of 2021. Your client should be aware of it and hopefully address any issues, because we will be following up.
Understood.
All right.
I didn't start representing this person until after that time, and like I said, because this was not my application, I was not expecting to be here today.
I got it. Just pass it along. We want them to cooperate with their neighbors.
Understood.
All right, Tom, I think we're ready
So
to.
Commissioner Fan.
Yes, I'm going to vote to approve with 1 extra hour, which makes it for indoors, Sunday to Thursday until 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday until 2 a.m., and outdoors 11 p.m. for Sunday to Thursday and midnight for Friday, Saturday.
And denying everything else?
Yes, denying everything else.
Commissioner Ford.
Same here.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same based on the stipulation with the community board.
Thank you very
And then
much.
leave that, hey, Can you just leave that, Mr. Levy, with him? Yeah, because we'll put it in the record.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, then, next item, 2303, Harlem NY Discount Wine and Liquor. Put your name on the record.
I'm Betty for Harlem NY Discount Wine and Liquor. I have here the principal of the corporation, Mr. Nagy. Back in 2020, we had signed a contract to purchase the business. At the time, the licensee had pending violations. The application was disapproved. Subsequently, the store was also closed down. Currently, the store is closed down, and my client is still interested in opening up the location. I don't think, I mean, we do have a protest, but I think it's kind of a vague protest. I've already given you the history of the location, which the volume of the location in 2019, over 1.8 million sales for the whole year. Mr. Nagy is an experienced grocery store operator. He had a license before. He currently has a license as well. He's planning to have this liquor store. I believe that it serves the public convenience and advantage to have a replacement of the existing store that was operating. You know, there are other stores in the neighborhood, but we don't have any opposition. The gross sales are good. We're gonna have a open, not bulletproof. It's gonna be an open store. We're gonna limit the hours of the operation so to make it more safer. It's south of Polo Ground Towers and Wrangell Houses, which has a lot of residential units. And if you have any questions, I'd like to answer them.
Are you aware that we just licensed the place a couple blocks away a couple weeks ago?
I had
a month
heard,
ago?
2 months ago.
2 months ago.
I had heard that somebody had made an application, but I thought it was still pending.
Where is that one?
It's been conditionally approved. It's about a block and a half on Frederick Douglass Boulevard.
On Frederick Douglass Boulevard. What street is it?
8th Avenue, right? Isn't Frederick Douglass 8th Avenue?
No, I just mean what's the cross street?
Between 151 and 152.
So that would have been
that's
the closest store.
It would be if they satisfy their conditions.
So it appears that the store that you're talking about has already been replaced.
Yeah.
Well, if they've already been issued a conditional approval letter, then yeah, more likely than not, yes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna vote to deny.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
Apologies, but someone just got there, so deny.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I have to deny as well. I don't see anything that would indicate that there is a need for 2 liquor stores in this area that close together.
Okay, thank you. The next item, 2274, Power 20202 LLC.
God, it's an endless licensing day.
Good afternoon, Chair. Miguel Acosta, representing the applicant, R202. I have one of the principal owners here, Tavares. For a full liquor license for a Mexican restaurant at TAVERN.
Can you ask her where she got the $28,000 that she invested in this place? Because it appears, based on the tax returns that you gave in, that she's never made more than $16,000 a year, which I gotta believe is very difficult to live on.
Well, the tax returns that were provided were for previous years, 15 and 16, to document the information that was requested on the reason that this license came towards the liquor authority, to the full board. So since then, my client has supposed savings.
From what?
From her current job.
And what she make? So what was her tax return, give or take, in 2020?
She doesn't have that offhand, but
You're the one who handed in the tax returns. We don't ask for tax returns, but you gave them to us.
no, I provided.
I know why you provided them, but then when you're telling me she gave $28,000 cash as an investment in this business, which is still low, but then I see in the tax return she's only making $16,000 a year, the first thing that pops into my mind is, where did the $28,000 come from? Because it leads me to believe it's not coming from her.
Well, it is coming from her because the last minimum wage at that time, it was $10 an hour, which she was making. Now you can make $28,000, $30,000 a year where you can have some savings. Based on her bank statements, it shows that the deposits were made into her bank account in form of savings.
But at no point do those bank statements reflect having available balance exceeding that 28,000. Is that correct?
Well, the funds were used in order for them to, for the construction.
That's not really what he asked you.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
At no point, would you agree that at no point the bank statements submitted reflect an available balance reflecting over $28,000 in cash?
An available balance?
Any balance, any time.
Prior to the withdrawal of the funds to contribute into the investment, the funds were available.
Well, who put the funds into the account? That's ultimately the question.
Yeah, that's another good question. All right, let's move on. And do you have an answer to her question about where the funds came from?
My savings, sir.
No, but you deposited those monies in your account. Where did you get the money that you deposited?
My job.
Okay.
But I used to get paid. I used to deposit it into the account.
Okay.
I have a question. So we received a supplemental submission, including your affidavit, that said that you've always had a clerical role, you've worked 9 to 5, you've never been appointed to a manager position at the place that you listed your sole employment from 2016 to the present, which is secretary at Opus Lounge. We have 2 disciplinary cases in Opus Lounge where at one point the health department and at another point the NYPD issued a report for illegal conduct late at night where you were identified as the manager. You were there at night. One of them, you actually signed a document next to the line that said manager. Can you explain the inconsistency between that and your affidavit?
Yeah, at the time I usually run the office. I'm the secretary. I do the bookkeeping. The owner and the manager was not there at the moment, so I was covering for them when that operation, the merchant operation went to the establishment. So that's why I said at the moment I was the person in charge.
So you happened to be there
both times
after midnight twice?
When more
just covering while you were only operating as a secretary clerical person?
Yes, that day I had to cover for the manager and the owner, which are usually the ones there. I believe the owner was out of the country and the manager, I don't remember if he was sick. So I stood to cover for them.
Were you also lined up to testify at a hearing about disciplinary cases for Opus Lounge? Did you appear to come into a hearing? The hearing didn't actually take place, but there a group of employees and people came to testify. Do you remember that?
I believe, I quite don't remember, I think because I got some summons under my name that I came, yes.
You got summons. Well, what were you gonna testify about when, at the hearing, you were brought in, to testify about? Clerical work?
No, I actually don't remember.
Well, she doesn't recall the exact date and incident, but there are certain occasions that, due to the experience and the time frame that people work in the location, managers tend and owners tend to request additional assistance. This Opus Lounge has been open for over 6 years, over 8 years, and basically because of that, she has gained the experience and the knowledge of how to handle, when it comes to the operations. So
That is absolutely contradicted by what she swore to. She said she's only had a clerical role in that business, with due respect.
And not only that, the two places you're talking about that she gained this experience is that they paid $70,000 together over the course of the last several years in fines. So what could she have learned?
No, but it's understood. It's basically just internal management when it comes to operating.
They're not being, those other two places weren't being managed.
Well,
they were all nightmares.
It was operated by the owners. So in the event that the owners are bad operators, should not fall back on an employee that is now looking into investing into a restaurant to operate herself.
Well,
So,
unfortunately, that's not my view, one. And two, I don't believe she is the one investing into this restaurant. So I think we've seen enough here, Tom.
Okay,
the investment
hold
says.
on, Mr. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the police department objects to this, community board objects to this, and with everything that was just said, I really don't trust and I don't understand what's going on here, so I will vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
And I'm voting to deny for the same exact reasons.
Chairman Brad.
As am I think this entire application is a fallacy, and I want a name stop on her as well. Because I don't believe for 1 minute that money is coming from her.
Okey-doke. All right, application's been denied. Little did you know you're taking depositions during the full board meeting. Next items 2292 and 2293.
Trial style cross-examination and deposition, but those more of a trial style cross-exam deposition.
Well, there's a lot of material, that's for sure.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I am the attorney appearing on behalf of the licensee, the Springs Tavern. This is in connection with a conditional no contest plea for $7,500 for 2 outstanding disciplinary matters. The licensee has submitted a letter of mitigation, but just to repeat some of the key facts that are in there, these incidents occurred prior to COVID. Since then, I'm not aware of any other incidents. They have made numerous changes to their operation. They've installed, including installing security cameras. They have limited their hours of operation. They now close around 10 p.m. every night. They're basically operating as a restaurant now. There's no music, there's no DJ, no dancing, none of the charges that are listed in the notice of pleading.
Commissioner Fan.
I'm going to counter at 15,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I was willing to accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Hold on 1 second. I'll counter 15 as well. I mean, the thing that bothers me is the focal point for police attention. I got to be honest with you.
Right, but that was almost 2 years ago, and since then I'm not aware of anything.
Well, yeah, but who would be because of COVID? right? I mean, the only thing they've had is this summer, and I don't even know that if that was happening again, we would have found out about it by now.
Well, my understanding is that
They were open since 2017, and we get, the other problem I have, and Commissioner Fan probably knows this more than me because she is out there occasionally, is that this area, the people out there have had enough of places like this. And I think that the only way we can stop it is by staying firm on these violations, and that's what I'm doing on this one. So 15,000.
All right then. Jonathan, I don't have anything else in New York. Do you have anything?
Nothing else.
All right then. Appreciate all your help today.
Thank you, John.
Shall we move on?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do
All right.
it.
2184, it's a $1,500 CNC.
This is, I'll take 1,500.
2184,
2184, yes.
accept.
Kevin Bradley.
Accept.
2185, 86, 87, 88.
I'll accept 15,000.
15,000, Commissioner Ford.
15,000, accept.
Wait, I got screwed up. 21 what?
2185, 86, 87, 88.
That dropped.
15,000.
Oh, no, I got it right here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What'd you take, 15?
15.
Okay, 15.
2189 and 90, 3,500.
3,500.
Commissioner Ford.
3,500, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2191, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2192, $1,500.
1,500.
1,500,
Ford.
accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2193, $1,500.
I'm going to go to 750.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, I'll do 750.
Chairman Bradley.
750.
2194, $1,500.
I'll take 15.
Commissioner Ford.
15, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2195, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2196 is $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2197, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2198 is a default act hearing.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
It's a third sale in 1 year.
Yeah, cancel the bond.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll go to cancel and bond then. I was gonna do it.
2199, another default act hearing.
Cancel for the record.
Commissioner Ford.
2199, cancel for the record.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel for the record.
2200, $1,500 penalty.
I'll take 15.
Commissioner Ford.
15,
Chairman Bradley.
15.
2201, $2,000.
I'll take 2,000.
Commissioner Ford.
2,000, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2202, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2203, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2204, $4,000.
4,000, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2205, $8,000.
I'll take
Short charge
8,000.
one.
Withdrawal charge 1, 8,000.
Commissioner Ford.
8,000 and dismiss charge 1.
Chairman Bradley.
I wish they showed up. Because the lawyer says they are not, the owners are not responsible for narcotics in their customers' pockets. The narcotics were all over the tables.
Well, they didn't say they weren't responsible for
Right.
those.
You didn't address the over the table stuff.
And then they also.
He just wants you to not take, give
I
them
know,
extra punishment for what happened to be in their pockets too.
Then they also don't, it's NYP narcotics unit that ends up in there. How do you think they end up in there?
Yeah.
I'll accept.
Yeah. It just happens upon that
Right.
closed room inside that place.
2206, $1,500.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
1,500, accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2207, $1,500.
1,500, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2208, $1,500.
I'm going to go to 750.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, almost 40 years, 750.
Chairman Bradley.
750.
2209, $1,500.
I would take 15.
Commissioner Ford,
15 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2211 is a defaulted pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, for the record, we know that this business has been sold to the person who's currently occupying this space, who already applied for a license and was not approved. So, and this license was put into safekeeping for some reason, but I don't see how, well, anyway, that's, for the record, that's what's going on.
It was put in safekeeping, I think, for a temporary, but I'm not sure. Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
2212, $1,500.
I will take 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept 1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2213, a request for reconsideration.
So we should describe this.
They didn't come.
This is a reconsideration of the denial of the package store application, near Fort Drum in Jefferson County. The application was denied. A written decision issued within there are 4 stores within 3.5 miles. Driving community, no evidence of population increase. The reconsideration says that they are actually in a different area from the other stores, that they're within walking distance to a low-income housing development, predicts an uptick in, I guess, the demand for alcoholic beverages in the area, although it doesn't explain why. Also takes issue with our saying she has no experience. The proposed operator points out that she has experience running and being involved in business, but doesn't say anything about experience with a liquor store. And there was an objection to the request for reconsideration.
This store is on Route 3 on the east side of Watertown. This is like similar to the one we did in Auburn earlier today, where there was a store on the east side and all the other stores were in the middle or on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is why I voted to approve, because it's on the Route 3 corridor on the way out to Black River and all the rest of those communities out in that east end of town, whatever that's worth. So we're just voting for reconsideration?
Yes, I vote yes to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll vote yes to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote no.
All right, on the application itself then,
I will vote yes to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
You know,
as you said to me earlier, you were yes before.
Yeah. Here we go. You're making me eat my words, aren't you?
No, you were yes the last time you were here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to vote yes for this one as well.
Right.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote no, just to be consistent with my earlier vote.
Be that way.
So that it's approved, right?
Yes.
Yes.
2214, $2,000.
I'm going to go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
2215, $2,700.
2,700, accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2217, cancel and bond claim.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
217, cancel and bond.
Chairman Bradley.
Cancel and bond.
2218, no contest plea.
I'm at 2,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm at 2,500 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
2,500.
2221, $12,000.
I accept 12,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Which one again? 2221?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 12,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
12,000.
2222, cancellation and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
Cancel and bond
Chairman
accept.
Bradley.
Accept.
2223, it's a defaulted pleading.
I'm at 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
2225.
So this is a declaratory ruling about whether a location is grandfathered in as a 500-foot, grandfathered out of the 500-foot law. It was continuously licensed prior to 1993, however, it has not been licensed in 9 months, but there does not appear to be an intervening use. We actually got a sworn statement from the landlord supporting all of that.
We did.
Oh, we didn't. I'm sorry. I wrote down that I want one.
No, we
Yeah,
didn't.
so on this one, yes, all we have, hopefully the, Mr. Palutis, sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong. All we have is his representation, that there's been no intervening use. And he doesn't even say in his letter why he knows that to be true. And what we've done in these cases is require something from the landlord that explains that. And we don't have that here. So rather than deny it, my suggestion was that we put it over to the next meeting. Hopefully he's watching, and by the next meeting, we'll be able to obtain a statement that attests to, from a person with knowledge, that there's been no intervening use since the date that the premises was not occupied and licensed, also indicating that date.
Okay, what's the next meeting? 9/1?
9/1, I will email him that he needs an affidavit with someone with personal knowledge.
Okay.
We all good with that?
Yeah.
From the landlord,
Specifically from the landlord?
from someone that's not the applicant, that has personal knowledge, because the applicant obviously does.
2226.
Dismiss charge 1 and 2.
Dismiss.
Is this place open? They surrendered the license.
Surrendered.
Yeah, all right.
Good with that, Commissioner?
Yep.
2227, it's a pleading default.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500.
Chairman Brown?
1,500.
2228, a pleading default.
1,500.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500.
Chairman Brown?
1,500.
2229, $3,000.
I'll accept 3,000.
Commissioner Ford?
Accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2230, 32, 33, and 34 is a $12,000 offer.
I'll take 12,000.
Commissioner Ford?
12,000, accept.
Chairman Brown?
Ricky Tikki Tavi, what, isn't that a character in a book? Mongoose.
It's a Rudyard Kipling
Yes.
short story,
Yeah.
I believe.
I'll accept.
How would you know that? Okay.
Because I wrote it.
All right.
2230.
I may look stupid.
Fortunately, we do not
I can
have-
read short stories.
They never see you coming,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, let me see you come.
Fortunately, we don't have the chat feature on the YouTube live.
Yes.
Yeah.
2231 is a $2,500 offer.
I'm going to go to 2,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll go to 2,000.
Chairman Brown?
2,000.
2235, pleading default.
I'm a cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel and bond.
Chairman Brown?
Cancel and bond.
2236 and 37, cancellation bond claim.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel and bond, accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2238, cancel and bond claim.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel and bond, accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2239, $3,000.
I'll accept 3,000.
Commissioner Ford?
3,000 accepted.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2240, $1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2241, letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Commissioner
Accept.
Ford?
Letter warning, accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2242, it's a $10,000 offer.
Did they renew this?
No,
They don't need to?
I believe I saw something where the attorney knows that it hasn't been renewed.
Okay. I'll accept 10,000.
Commissioner Ford?
10,000 accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2243, a $1,500 offer.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500 accept.
Chairman Brown?
Accept.
2244, $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2245 and 46, $3,000.
3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2247, completing default.
I'm at 10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2247.
yes, sir.
You were at 10,000, Commissioner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Chairman Bradley.
10,000.
2248, $6,500.
Accept 6,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2249, $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
2249, oh, accept, I'm sorry. I don't
All right.
already.
2251, $15,000, 30-day license suspension, 11 p.m. closing.
I'm going to just counter with the 15.
Right, so you're going to accept and then reduce it, right?
Yes, I accept and take away the 30-day closure and the 11 p.m. close.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, 15,000, and don't worry about the 30-day closure or the 11 p.m. closing time.
okay, Chairman Bradley.
I'll do the same.
2252, $1,500.
I'm going to take 15.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2253, $4,000.
4,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Licensee furnished receipt which appears to show that the fire suppression system is in working order, that it was inspected after investigation. I was going to go to 2,500.
Do we get, I noticed Mighty Max Bookman flew out of here because it's his case. Do we have a CO for this place?
See if anything recent is.
Yeah, he made a representation.
Oh, if he did, I didn't see it.
He may not, well, it would be the same issue I have generally, and that is.
No, but listen, if it's a lawyer that's making that to me, that exists, then there's a problem.
It's
If he
general.
says my client says it's there, then.
He doesn't even say that. He says the licensee has cured the municipal violation identified and has restored its operation to full compliance with the law, which could mean anything.
We got nothing?
We have a temporary CFO.
Expired?
And we do have another that's effective till August 24th of this year.
Saved by the bell. All right, I'll accept.
all right, so we got
Just make it accept for me too.
So you may be right about that compliance with law then.
2254, $1,500.
I'll accept 15.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2255, 56, and 57, $15,000 off.
I'll take 15,000.
Commissioner Ford,
15,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2258, $2,000.
This is 1947.
I'm going to go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I was going to go to 750.
Chairman Bradley, please.
What to do, what to do.
Go to 825.
Yeah, let's do that, 825.
It's actually 875. But
One of those two. 1,000 or 750.
1,000.
Well, maybe they weren't splitting it different.
Oh, right.
If they chimed in and said 875, we
823.
could have gone 875 across the board, but.
2259, $1,500.
I'm going to go 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
2260, $250.
250.
Commissioner Ford,
Number 2260.
yes, sir.
250 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2261, 62, 63. Say $25,000 off.
25,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
25,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2264, $750.
Yikes. I'm going to go to 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
I was willing to do 1,000.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
2265, $2,500.
I'll take 2,500.
Commissioner Ford.
2,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2266, $3,000.
3,000.
Commissioner Ford.
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2267, $3,500.
I'll take 3,500.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll take 3,500.
Chairman Bradley.
3,500. Can we take 2 minutes? I just.
Sure thing. Brief recess.
Very brief.
The White House.
We're back on the record with item 2268, My Wine Valentine LLC request reconsideration.
Yeah, this is an application that was denied by the board. There were 4 stores within 0.4 miles, and the authority had issued a license on August 20th. I'm sorry, August of 2020. The reconsideration request mentions that they plan to sell Asian rice wine exclusively and claim that there is an underserved market for that type of product and that no stores specialize in this category. But the reconsideration doesn't make any representations as to what is or isn't available at the other stores. That's what's before the board.
What about the home goods and things that they were going to sell?
Oh yeah, they're also going to sell glassware inside, they said.
All right then, with respect to the request for reconsideration, Commissioner Mann,
I'm gonna vote yes on reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm gonna vote no as well, only because I think they're just trying to tell us
Something.
whatever we want to hear, because before they said they were focusing on upscale and New York State wines. Now, it got denied and they tried to find another niche.
All right, 2270, $4,000.
What? 2,000?
2270.
2270.
Why is my 2270 something else? That's so odd.
What is yours on the license?
I don't know what happened there, but I'll
Yeah,
take,
she's got a
I'll take
2270,
4,000.
she's got 2270 for it's a wine store.
2270 is.
No, I showed her what it is. I have no idea.
2021, 2217?
Yeah.
I have Quiet Bar Restaurant, that's not it?
Yeah, that's what I got. I don't know how that happened. All right, go
How do you
ahead.
feel about Quiet Bar Restaurant?
I'll take 4,000.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll take 4,000.
Chairman Bradley.
4,000.
2272 to do on premises liquor license.
What the fuck is this? 2272?
Yes.
2272, yes.
Altamira.
Juarez Restaurant Bar.
So I'll just make a record of this. It's a restaurant. It's not a 500-foot case. It's a restaurant with 5 employees, principal to manage, full-time. Recorded DJ, karaoke, and live Latin music, 1 security guard, 12 tables with 40 seats, a bar with 12 seats. Max occupancy 72. The owner does have some experience. The rep seems to have changed the method of operation in the supplemental material. Now says recorded music only. The hours are 12 to 2 a.m. during the week. I'm sorry, the hours were 12 to 2 a.m. and then 12 to 4 a.m. on weekends. Now in the supplemental, they're asking for 12 to 12 during the week and 12 to 2 on the weekends. I had the current licensee here has extensive adverse history, and this is the same exact MO, and I had some questions.
The premises has an extensive adverse history.
Right, what did I say?
The licensee.
Yeah, correct. The current license, current premise has adverse history. It's currently licensed, I guess. I had some questions regarding the investment. There's a $17,000 investment, and the rent is $10,000 per month.
Yeah. I had questions too.
So,
I'm
can
gonna-
can we just hold this over? I mean, give them a chance to, answer all of that, or what?
Well, they have an outstanding fine. The premise has an outstanding fine with the prior licensee, right?
Yeah, the history of the premises, they have a CNC offer in to council's office. Still an active license, so if the members would rather, we could 589 it pending the resolution of those charges since it is.
Yeah, do that. So you're going to deny it pending the resolution?
I don't understand. If the prior license is active and they're offering money to resolve discipline, then how can we put another license here?
Because I think he's got an agreement that's going to close after we conditionally approve this. Or she, whoever it is, but it's going to be the same license, basically. It's a transfer, but it ended up here because of the.
So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it needs to be circumventing the penalty. So once we 580, we can disapprove it.
Okay.
559, and they can request recon on those resolutions.
Do we have a CNC on the penalty?
We do.
So they're not trying to circumvent it, but this would have.
It's not considered, right?
Is there, I'm sorry, do you know if there's an agenda sheet? It came in April?
Yeah.
Can you open up the CNC? It's on your other.
All right, so just 589 it.
That's the case.
What does 589 mean?
They're going to deny it pending the resolution of the. What?
So what are we doing here?
We're going to send it back to
Send it back to license.
Back and then, okay.
Send it back to license.
All right, so
Pending the
shall-
resolution of the enforcement matter, and then they
Back-
can
All right.
react.
But that's-
Basically back to
that's-
license
That
back,
slipped through, because if we got the CNC in April, it should have been before the board already.
Okay.
2275, new grocery store beer and wine product license.
I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well for cause.
2277, new grocery store beer license.
gonna vote to deny.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford,
Too many red flags here. I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Brown.
Yeah, there's a lot of availing by the applicant.
There's a lot of them.
All right, the next item is 2278.
Deny.
We received a request from the representative, and then this morning from the applicant, requesting it be held over for some medical issues that the applicant has.
9-1?
Okay?
Yep.
You have a
2278, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, 2278. 2282, $1,500.
I'm gonna go to 1,000.
Commissioner Ford,
How does it accept?
Chairman Bradley.
1,000.
2294. These are the proposed regulations regarding electronic pleadings and other electronic communications.
Oh, wait, hold on one second, please. I'm just trying to.
Wait a minute, 22,
2294.
Yes, for the record, 2294 is just the notice to the world that on November 10th, 2021, we are going to have a public hearing. It's actually a regularly scheduled board meeting, but they will also have a public hearing on proposed changes to the rules of the State Liquor Authority that relate to service of process, communications with licensees, and the ways in which one can plead in response to a notice of pleading. These rules are being, we're seeking to amend them in connection with an upgrade to our technology systems and to make more modern the way in which we communicate with our licensees. It will include provisions for email service of process, email or electronic posting of communications from licensees, and obviously the public can comment between now and the date that the matter is considered.
All right, so we're just looking for you to approve the publication of the proposed rules and the hearing date for 11/10.
And they'll be able to make comments at the hearing as well, if they didn't make written comments.
The rules normally allow for comments to be submitted up to 5 days after the actual hearing. So they can submit material before the hearing, they can appear and say something, and then there'll be 5 days after that that they can submit. Then the matter will come back to you after that for a decision.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan,
Yep, I'm good.
Commissioner Ford,
10-4.
Chairman Bradley.
I approve as well.
2295 and 96, request for reconsideration.
I'm going to vote yes on reconsideration and accept 15,000.
Okay, Commissioner Ford,
Same here, yes and accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept reconsideration, and I'll approve reconsideration and accept the 15,000.
2297, $1,500 offer.
I'll take 15.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2298, $2,500 offer.
I'll take 25.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2299, corporate change application.
So this is a corporate change. The incoming principal was previously licensed at another location, and that license was canceled in 2019. That's why it's in front of us. He's now trying to join another corporation that owns a grocery store in Schenectady.
Commissioner Fan,
Pursuing someone, another person.
I'm concerned about the $1 investment. Let me see here. Let's say $1.
His license was canceled for pursuing someone with another person who assaulted an individual with a bat.
Right.
Correct.
So,
How long ago was that?
Well, it was canceled in 2019, so.
It got canceled as a result of the incident?
It appears that way from disorderly premises.
Right,
Yeah.
2019.
That's something to hold against them forever? I don't know.
I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll approve.
2304, new grocery store beer application.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll approve as well. We've paid the price.
2307, $3,000.
I'll take 3,000.
Commissioner Ford,
3,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2308, $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2309, $2,000.
2,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2310 and 2311, $5,000.
I'll take 5,000.
Commissioner Ford,
5,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2312, $1,500.
I'll take 15.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll accept 15.
Chairman Bradley.
1,500.
2313, $4,500 with the dismissal of charge 3.
2, actually. He corrected that. Counsel's office corrected that. It is charge 2 to be dismissed.
All right, then, dismissal of charge 2. Commissioner Fan,
I'm at cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
I'd accept the 4,500.
I'll accept the 45.
2314, a $2,500 order.
I'm at 25.
Commissioner Ford,
2314, 25 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
2,500.
2315, matter of which hearing, both charges are sustained.
I'm at 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
2,000.
Chairman Bradley.
2,000 and sustain the charges.
2316,
I'm at 2,500.
License was surrendered.
Oh.
You can try to get the money, yeah.
You can find it, but.
Yeah. Try to get the money. Because it'll end up being canceled anyway.
Right.
2,500.
2,500.
2317, charge was sustained after hearing.
I'm at 500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 500.
Chairman
I
Bradley.
was going to do 1,500. Just
You know-
because the lawyer is asking for mitigation, and this is the stuff that we complain about all the time. The reason they're asking for mitigation is because they're saying it's their error. And while I appreciate that, then they should give their feedback to pay for the error. I don't see giving the law, and this is a lawyer, it's not an unsophisticated representative. And then they went to hearing on it, which, we obviously give discounts for not going to hearing and settling. But I'm gonna go 1,500.
2319, $6,000.
What happened at 18? Oh, we did that, okay.
Yeah, 2319, a $6,000 order.
I'll accept 6,000.
Commissioner Ford,
6,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2320, a $1,500 order.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2321, $1,500.
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2322 and 23, a $4,500 offer.
4,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2325, offer cancellation of bond claim.
Take cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford,
325. Cancel and bond accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2326, 27, 28, offer $3,500.
I'll accept 35,000.
35,000 accept.
Except 35, you said 3,500. It's
100, yes.
35,000.
Yes.
2330, offered $2,000.
I'll take 2,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2232, this one's $3,500.
3,500.
Commissioner Ford,
Accept.
Chairman Bradley.
Accept.
2333, offered $10,500.
I'm at 20,000.
Commissioner Ford,
Just, sorry, for the record, they offered this CNC the same day they surrendered their license. I'm not quite sure.
So we're not gonna get anything anyway.
Yeah, well, I wonder why they would have offered that, but.
Because they don't want, they don't want a
record.
cancellation on the record. That's-
I'll accept the 10.5.
Chairman Bradley.
Hold on 1 second. What did she say, 20?
Yes.
I'll go to 20.
All right then. Chairman, I have nothing else on the calendar. Do you have anything else?
No.
All right then, this meeting is.
Can you
adjourned.
unplug?